Chapter 6:12. Although the unique warrior manor was less than 1,000 miles in circumference, it was majestic and divine. It was one of the secret grounds of the central prefecture. Yi Fan waited outside for a few days and occasionally saw people entering and exiting. However, he didn't see the holy maiden or Yan Yunwan. There were a total of 11 people in the painting in his hand. These experts were from the central prefecture, the southern mountain range, and the western desert. All of them had acted against Li Heishui, humiliating him to the extreme, breaking his ribs and legs. Yi Fan waited for 3 days and finally saw a target appear. This person matched the man in the painting. However, he didn't act rashly in case he alerted the enemy. On the 4th day, Pang Bo sent him a message. The disciples of the manor were about to undergo the so-called tempering exercise. If there were no accidents, the holy maiden and Yan Yunwan would accompany them. Good, let's take this chance to capture them all in one fell swoop. Since they humiliated Li Heishui so much, I shall settle this once and for all. Yi Fan's aura was ethereal. With a flick of his sleeves, he drifted away. 5 days later, a group of people walked out of the unique warrior manor. The person in the lead was none other than Yan Yunwan. He was a demon-level genius in the manor and was extremely powerful. However, he was almost killed by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. The beast we have to kill is an old snake that has cultivated for 900 years. Although it hasn't taken human form, its strength is at the first level of immortal foundation. The difficulty is too high. With so many of us, I don't believe we can't deal with it. Over 5,000 miles away, an old snake appeared in a mountain valley. The miasma there was extremely dense, and the bones of beasts and humans could be seen everywhere. There was a mutated beast that had lived here for 900 years and had finally reached a certain level of cultivation. It walked the path of a beast king and had never attempted to take human form. Recently, it had been wreaking havoc everywhere. The disciples of the unique warrior manor were sent to eliminate it. These people were about 40 miles away from the unique warrior manor. In front of them was a vast piece of land. There were many rocks on the ground, but there was very little vegetation. This is Yi Zhaotian's territory. Who would have thought that he was Yi Fan? It's too bad we missed our chance to kill him. I'm sure he won't live long. Offending Wang Teng, who is blessed by the heavens, won't end well for him. It's a pity that I can't kill him with my own hands. Humiliating Li Heishui and the others still can't vent the anger in my heart. These people passed by this area and discussed softly. They were all hostile towards Yi Fan and didn't have a good impression of him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered together. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. There were no terrifying fluctuations, nor was there any powerful aura, but it made one's heart tremble, blocking their path. A 16 or 17-year-old youth dressed in purple stood with his hands behind his back, blocking everyone's path. There was a trace of a cold smile on his face. Who are you? What do you want? A young man stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. I want to kill all of you. Yi Fan paused for a moment before spitting out these 6 words. Someone immediately laughed out loud. They had never heard of someone daring to face so many geniuses alone. They were all elites of the 5 great regions, inheritors of great sections. Did you eat immortal gall, or did you eat the wrong medicine? How dare you boast like this? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What a reckless thing. Don't you even look at the almanac before going out? Did you go the wrong way? You even dare to kill us? Many people didn't take it seriously. There weren't many people in the same generation who dared to be so arrogant. The person in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. He's Yi Fan. Yan Yunwan suddenly said. That's right, he's that monster from the eastern wasteland. The Yin-Yang Saintess also revealed a serious expression. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately quieted down. Those who had been talking all shut their mouths. The Eastern Wasteland's killing star had arrived, and the main character had blocked their path. Not long ago, they had received many benefits from the Yin-Yang Saintess. Under her instigation, they had crushed many of Li Heishui's bones and ruthlessly humiliated him. However, they still didn't feel at ease. Yi Fan sneered. His 100 meridians flowed with saint blood. A thick golden blood energy rushed into the sky from the top of his head and swept over everyone. I don't understand. Some of you don't know me. Why did you attack Li Heishui? He asked in a deep voice. Yi Fan, you made everyone your enemy. We couldn't stand it and attacked him. What can you do? A monk with a golden band bound his hair. There were a few knife scars on his face and his expression was very cold. You're just a wild monk. You don't have the compassion of a monk and hurt the innocent. In a moment, I'll send you to the Buddha to repent. Yi Fan walked forward. It's better for me to send you to the afterlife. The knife scars on Ku Tuchuo's face trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fierce. One look and I can tell you're a wild monk. Don't tell me you're an abandoned disciple that was chased out of an ancient temple in the western desert? Yi Fan smiled. You're courting death. I'll send you to hell to seek Siddhagarbha Bodhisattva in a moment. Ku Tuchuo's hair was disheveled as he shouted loudly as if his sore spot had been touched. With such a strong person standing out, the others weren't afraid anymore. They all prepared for battle and took out their magic treasures to protect themselves. Yan Yunluan was the leader among them, so he naturally stood at the front. Last time, he tried to kill Yi Fan during his tribulation, but he didn't expect to be struck to death instead. Not only did he fail to break through, but he was also almost crippled. He cultivated for close to half a year before breaking through again. He displayed an incomparable constitution and monstrous talent in cultivation. Yi Zhaotian, do you dare to fight me fair and square today? You can't. Yi Fan glanced at him. Just 3 words of evaluation caused Yan Yunluan's expression to change. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Everyone, what are we waiting for? This is a rare opportunity. Let's join hands to kill him and take away the source root of all things. The saintess of the Yin Yang school transmitted her voice. Her hair was like clouds, and she was beautiful like a flower and the moon. However, she kept sneering. Now that they had met, it was impossible for her to say that she wasn't afraid. However, she didn't have any other choice. She could only contact everyone to attack together. Otherwise, she would die without a doubt. I killed the previous saint and saintess of your Yin Yang school. You, a saintess in waiting, still don't remember. This time, everything happened because of you. Today, I'll give your old leader a big gift and take your head. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone else shouted. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the region, apart from monstrous geniuses, no one dared to fight him alone. There's no need to be afraid. Cut off his head. So what if he has a saint body? There are so many of us, it's enough to kill him. A scholar in white stood out with a sinister look in his eyes. He took out a 5-colored stone and smashed it towards Yi Fan. They had no other choice but to work together. Otherwise, fighting alone would definitely be disastrous. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly. He left behind an afterimage where he originally was. A golden fist smashed apart the 5-colored stone and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Not good, retreat. The others cried out. They each took out their magic treasures and attacked Yi Fan to save the white-clothed scholar from danger. However, everything was too late. Yi Fan intentionally gave them a show of strength. The row word art was unparalleled under the heavens. It arrived in an instant, and his golden fist broke through the divine force barrier as easily as shattering glass. Pfft! Yi Fan's fist pierced through the white-clothed scholar's chest. With a light shake, his body split apart and fell in all directions. However, his purple clothes weren't stained with blood as he stood there. A large net that was as red as a cloud and raging with flames descended from the sky towards Yi Fan. A 5-colored feather fan gently shook. Mountains collapsed and seas roared. 5-colored divine light submerged heaven and earth. A large bell shook forcefully, shattering the vacuum. Tens of thousands of bell waves surged over. This part of the world was almost boiling. Everyone attacked together, attacking Yi Fan at the same time. They didn't want to give him the slightest chance. Otherwise, everyone present would die. However, the battle was extremely disadvantageous to them. Yi Fan was unstoppable as he faced their magic treasures head-on. Rip! The red net was like a sky full of stars. It flickered with brilliance as it shattered in the void. Clang! The silver bell and golden fist collided, sending out tens of thousands of bell waves. But in the end, the bell shattered into a dozen pieces and fell from the sky. Ah! Finally, another person let out a miserable scream as he was smashed into meat paste by Yi Fan. What happened? Is that Yi Zhoutian? He's trying to kill Yan Yunhuan, the Yin Yang Holy Maiden, and the others. Some people appeared in the distance with shocked expressions. This place was less than 40 miles away from the Qishir Manor. People would occasionally pass by and naturally see the battle here. The Eastern Wastelands monster is here. Ever since Yi Fan's identity had been exposed, everyone had been guessing when he would come again. Who would have thought this day would come so quickly? Almost all the young experts of the 5 great regions have entered the Qishir Manor. Only he hasn't come. Now that he's finally here, let's see who's strong and who's weak. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people appeared in the distance. They were all watching the battle. Pow! Yi Fan waved his golden palm, slapping another expert to death. This time, the people surrounding him all felt fear in their hearts. Many of them wanted to retreat. Finally, someone couldn't endure this kind of torment and fled into the distance. After the first, there was a second and a third. Who dares to run? Yi Fan held the myriad slayer's bow and pulled the bowstring back. It was like a full moon as his strength rose to the peak of the 8-limit domain. A golden rainbow shot out, traversing several miles and catching up to its target. With a pft, a string of blood blossomed as that person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. Immediately after, the second arrow was shot out. Another golden light flew up and caught up to another person. There was another soft sound as flesh and broken bones exploded. That person died a violent death. Yi Fan fired 3 arrows in a row. The first 3 people to escape were all killed. Their bodies shattered in the void. One could imagine the terrifying power. 1 arrow to kill a saint. In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. This kind of battle strength was terrifying. Apart from those few people, who else in the younger generation could compete with him? Everyone, don't run. Fight him to the death. This place is very close to the Qishir Manor. The North Arch will soon receive the news and kill him personally. Yin Yang Saint Lady shouted. If they scattered now, no one would survive. I'll send you on your way first. A trace of coldness hung on the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at this reserve saint lady. Her beautiful face immediately changed. Swish! An arrow flew out. It was as swift and sharp as a golden snake. With a pft, a flower of blood bloomed on Yin Yang Saint Lady's forehead as the arrow penetrated through. A beautiful face was stained with specks of blood. The light in her eyes dimmed. She lost her life and slowly fell to the ground. Don't kill us, spare us. This has nothing to do with us. We were only invited and didn't make a move. Apart from Yan Yunhuan and that itinerant monk, everyone else was begging for mercy with terrified expressions. No one wasn't afraid of death, especially when facing someone like Yi Fan. Chapter 613. Yi Fan had killed Saint Child level figures in succession, and he even killed the Yin Yang Saintess with an arrow, causing her to die through her forehead. The others all felt fear. No one didn't fear death and admitted defeat. Face and dignity couldn't compare to life. As long as they could live, what harm was there in lowering their stance and repenting? They still wanted to see the sun rise and set, not wishing to be erased from this world. All of you, move to the side. Yi Fan swept his eyes over them, staring at Yan Yunhuan and that itinerant monk. Surnamed Yi, don't think that you are unrivaled under the heavens. This Buddha has always wanted to send you to the afterlife. Ku itinerant pressed forward. The scar on his face throbbed, making him look extremely sinister. Send me to the afterlife? It's better if I let you become nothing. Yi Fan leapt up, rushing over like a dragon. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, striking down. The itinerant monk shouted loudly, chanting an ancient scripture. His body released endless light, and like a vajra, his 6 zhang golden body struck forward with the alms bowl in his hand. Dang! The violet gold alms bowl shook violently, as if a great bell was ringing. 10,000 sound waves surged, and the great earth became like a vast ocean. Earth and stone rose and fell like a tsunami, sweeping high into the sky. What kind of background does this itinerant monk have? He can block a divine body attack. Someone in the distance was shocked. I have the Vajra unbreakable body. Let's see how you injure me. Ku itinerant shouted. The alms bowl in his hand released purple radiance, and his aura flourished even more as he struck forward. Not to mention a hairy monk like you, even if an arhat came, I would still be able to smash it. A thick blood energy rushed out from the crown of Yi Fan's head, piercing through the clouds. His entire body shone like the 9 transformations' golden body. Divine radiance flourished, and every inch of his flesh contained destructive power. He extended his arms and legs, about to crush the void. Dang! Yi Fan's movements were bold and unconstrained. Every move he made could uproot a mountain, striking the violet gold alms bowl until it wailed. The Buddhist magical treasure couldn't hold on any longer. Amitba! The itinerant monk roared loudly. His 6 zhang golden body swayed, and like a lion, he released a tsunami-like sound. Fearless lion imprint. He transformed into a divine lion. With a loud roar, even the mountain ranges on the horizon trembled. Profound magical imprints were sent out, colliding endlessly with Yi Fan's dragon imprint. Pooh! The itinerant monk coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body flew backward. Even the Buddhist invincible Vajra body could not block Yi Fan's physical attack. It was simply not enough. However, the people in the distance were shocked. How many people in this world dared to compete with Yi Fan's physical body? This itinerant monk's courage was praiseworthy, and his Vajra body was terrifying. This itinerant monk probably has a great background. He most likely came from a temple. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to cultivate such a physical body. In the Western Desert, there are many ancient temples. There are many branches of Buddhism, some of which are unfathomably deep. He is most likely a descendant of one of these ancient temples. Now, people were no longer talking about how strong the divine body was. Instead, they were comparing who could last longer under his body. Yi Fan, the first time, you injured me with the 1,000 Slayers' bow. The second time, I was defeated by your heavenly tribulation. Today, let me see your true abilities. Yan Yunluan shouted. He opened his mouth and spat out a rainbow, which transformed into a 5-colored feather fan in his palm. There were rock feathers and phoenix feathers on it, flickering with 5 different colors. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned with force, and a red light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan, submerging the surrounding several li on the spot. A deep abyss immediately appeared, and endless flames burned. In the distance, the people were shocked. What kind of treasured fan was this? With a single fanning, it burned a huge valley on the ground. Magma surged, and the scene was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt a wave of heat. The ground within a li of him sunk and was burnt to a crisp. If it was any other cultivator from the dragon transformation realm, they would definitely have been turned into ashes. Boom! Yan Yunluan fanned again, and a green light rushed out of the 5-colored feather fan. In the blink of an eye, mountains collapsed and seas roared. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground was cut down by hundreds of zhang. Moreover, the void was torn open one after another, pitch black holes everywhere. There were storms everywhere, crazy winds like a sea. Yi Fan flew out more than 10 li. His clothes were tattered, and his body was hit by many wind blades. When they came into contact with his body, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. This fan was a secret treasure, everyone thought. If it wasn't for the divine body, other people in the dragon transformation realm would have long been cut into pieces. The treasures of evildoers are indeed rare treasures. Even divine lord-level characters are tempted. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the third time, and a pitch-black river rushed out, rushing towards Yifan. The Yin energy was terrifying, and it could melt all things. Lunar true water. Everyone was shocked. Yan Yunluan's third fan swept out with the lunar true power. The great river overflowed, and black water filled the sky, corroding everything in the world. "You're not done yet," Yifan shouted. A vast golden divine sea appeared beneath his feet, and a blue lotus accompanied him. He rushed forward with the others. Divine body phenomenon. Everyone's eyes widened. The divine body phenomenon was the most mysterious, and it could restrain the strange phenomena of others. It was unfathomable since ancient times, and there was no one who didn't want to see it for themselves. The lunar true water was blocked by the golden divine sea. Yifan was like a war god as he rushed out more than 10 li, returning to the battlefield. He raised his fists and smashed them down. Boom! Yan Yunluan waved the treasured fan for the fourth time. The void was filled with vitality. Endless ancient trees appeared, and all sorts of vines turned into great dragons that twisted about. In all directions, all of the essence energy was sucked dry. The world dimmed, and the energy of plants became rich, forming Dao diagrams that refined Yifan. Voila! At Yifan's side, the blue lotus gently swayed. All of the plants withered, and endless essence energy was sucked out, merging into the lotus. His phenomenon appeared, and no techniques touched his body. All attacks were dissolved. Yifan's golden fist pierced through the world, smashing towards Yan Yunluan. Kacha! An ancient shield shattered, and more than 10 flying swords snapped inch by inch. All of the magic treasures were turned to powder by his golden fist. Pooh! Yan Yunluan spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew back several li before stabilizing himself. If not for the 5-colored fan blocking for a moment, he would have most likely been smashed apart. Is this the honorable battle you wanted? It's just a so-so, Yifan loudly said. Yan Yunluan's face was burning hot. He had been defeated again and again. This was something that a genius who had grown up surrounded by a halo of light could not accept. To him, this was a type of humiliation. Kang! Clear splendor flashed. A set of bronze battle clothes appeared in front of him. With chang-chang sounds, it automatically attached itself to his body. A bronze spear appeared in his hands. Chi! The 5-colored fan turned into a ball of light and imprinted itself on the spear blade. The bronze spear became more and more terrifying, as if it was a demonic weapon that came from hell. A weapon that only a peak divine lord can refine. Many people cried out in shock. Your weapon isn't bad. I'll accept your kindness, Yifan said. Kill! Yan Yunluan shouted loudly. Like a bronze divine spirit, he brandished the heavenly spear and slaughtered his way forward. The bronze spear shattered great emperors and split the heavens. A green radiance hundreds of zhang long shot out. Chang, Chang, Yifan's golden palm and fingers collided with the spear. Sparks flew in all directions. This bronze weapon was extremely terrifying. It possessed an undying sharpness and was extremely difficult to break. Moreover, when it was brandished, woo-woo sounds continuously rang out. Strand after strand of the power of natural laws were produced to refine Yifan, making him feel a type of pressure. However, his flesh was rarely seen in this world and couldn't be injured by blades. Moreover, each time his finger moved, a tremendous wave of power would be transmitted outwards, blasting Yan Yunluan's mouth until it ruptured. Slowly, Yifan's power suppressed the bronze spear. Even though the formations on it were mysterious and unfathomable, they couldn't injure him. They were almost completely sealed by his golden flesh. The power of natural laws were obstructed, and the sharpness couldn't injure the divine body either. Yan Yunhuan was in a dangerous situation and his life was about to be threatened. The bronze heavenly spear was almost seized several times. Amitabha Buddha. Tuchuo also rushed over murderously again. The violet gold alms bowl descended like a violet gold mountain. It smashed towards Yifan's head and surged with endless Buddhist radiance. In addition, a great ping flew out and grabbed towards Yifan. "Break for me." Yifan released a light shout. The sky-overturning imprint struck out, blasting that Peking apart. At the same time, the violet gold alms bowl flew into the horizon and almost disappeared into the clouds. The monster Yan Yunhuan and a mysterious expert like Ku Tuchuo couldn't defeat the divine body even after working together. Everyone sighed helplessly. Yifan's rise was already unstoppable. A monster like Yan Yunhuan could fight several realms higher. Yan Yunhuan had just broken through and could already fight supreme elders of holy lands, but now he was being suppressed. Tuchuo seemed to be a bit stronger, but it was still useless. He couldn't suppress Yifan and was instead forced into a dead end. Pow! After 120 moves, Yifan used the void palm imprint and struck Yan Yunhuan through the bronze battle armor, causing him to cough up blood. Dang! After 140 moves, Yifan's sky-overturning imprint landed on the violet gold alms bowl and sent Ku Tuchuo flying hundreds of meters away. One of the bones in his arm was broken. This is the Eastern Wastelands monster. People could only exclaim like this. The battle between the three became more and more intense. Those who hadn't attacked because of Yifan's power glanced at each other and rushed in all directions, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to escape. "Let's see which one of you dares to leave," shouted Yifan. Those people trembled, but they didn't stop. They rushed into the distance. Bang! Bang! Yifan used the man-ruler seal and sky-overturning imprint. The sky trembled, and Yan Yunhuan and Tuchuo were both sent flying. Blood appeared at the corner of their mouths as they clenched their teeth. He took out the Thousand Slayers bow again. His expression was cold as he continuously pulled the bow. His battle prowess rose to the 8-limit realm. He was like an eternal god that illuminated the sky. The bowstring moved, and several arrows flew out one after another. They tore through the sky for dozens of miles and all hit their targets. Flowers of blood bloomed in different directions. The saint children were all killed. Their bodies split into several pieces and fell to the ground. I personally broke that black brat's limbs and crushed his sternum. "What can you do to me?" "If you have the ability, kill me too," said Tuchuo coldly. Yifan's expression was cold. "I'll make you lose everything now." With each step he took, and like a dragon in the clouds, he arrived in front of Tuchuo and Yan Yunhuan. He formed a seal and attacked. Ah! Suddenly, Ku Tuchuo let out a loud roar, and a Buddha appeared behind him. The Buddha's voice echoed out from its mouth. All of this was too sudden. The world seemed to be destroyed, and there was a world-splitting aura that rushed into the top of Yifan's head. Everything was born and destroyed. A small world was evolving, and nothing existed. Only the ancient Buddha uttered the word, "Ah." On the side, Yan Yunhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows, and his body shook violently. If it weren't for the bronze battle armor, he would most likely be shattered. Not far away, the only person who didn't escape turned into dust under this mysterious ancient sound, no longer existing. Quang Dang. Yifan was momentarily absent-minded. The purple gold alms bowl shone brightly, swallowing heaven and earth. It sucked him in and sealed him within. In the distance, it was absolutely silent. Everyone was shaken. What kind of ancient sound was this? It turned a person in the third dragon transformation into dust, and it made a monster like Yan Yunhuan's body crack apart. "Amitabha, I said I would ferry you from the afterlife, so I will." Ku Tuchuo laughed coldly. The crack on Yan Yunhuan's forehead recovered, and he found it hard to calm down. He asked, "Great Master, what kind of ancient sound is this?" If it weren't for the protection of the bronze battle armor, he would have been in danger just now. A part of his body would most likely have been obliterated. This is my Buddhism's supreme six-syllable mantra. As long as one's magical power is strong enough, they can subdue all experts in the world, said Tuchuo. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Buddhism's six-syllable mantra, Ah, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum, was a supreme holy technique that could subdue deities in the heavens. There were many temples in the western desert, but only the most ancient holy temples each possessed a single word of the mantra. It was difficult to gather all of them, and some of them had already been lost forever. This Tuchuo definitely has a great background. Only those source ancient temples each grasped a type of mantra. In the distance, there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. The legendary six-syllable ancient sound had the power to split apart the heavens and earth. It was endlessly profound and supreme. It contained the universe's great power, great wisdom, and great compassion. Hum, the Tuchuo chanted the heavenly sound, continuously supporting the purple gold alms bowl. He wanted to use this type of mantra to dissolve Yi Fan and extinguish his body and soul. Tens of thousands of layers of Buddhist light drowned out the void. He sat cross-legged here, using the supreme holy technique of Buddhism to form Yi Fan's figure and refine his soul. Dang, dang, suddenly, the purple gold alms bowl violently shook, shaking the skies. Cracks appeared one after another, and it was on the verge of breaking apart. This was a Buddhist treasure refined by a peak holy lord-level divine monk, yet it couldn't withstand the terrifying power and was about to be broken apart. Pung! With one final violent tremor, the alms bowl was broken into pieces. Yi Fan's body erupted with golden light as he struck out. He was using the battle saint art. Hum! The Tuchuo roared, using this source mantra to suppress Yi Fan. You have the Buddhist six-syllable mantra, and I have the Daoist 9 supreme secrets. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was stunned. Even though many people had already guessed that Yi Fan grasped one or two of the 9 secrets, this was the first time they heard him admit it. He used the battle character secret. His hands moved about, resonating with the universe. His body turned into the shape of a dragon, crushing the Buddhist sound as he charged forward. Pooh! The Tuchuo was cut in half. Blood sprayed out, and he was extremely unwilling. What a pity, the victorious fighting Buddha disappeared in seclusion, and the hum mantra was lost. I only obtained half. In the distant skies, there was a great commotion. Everyone was shocked. There was still a Buddha in the western desert, a saint in this world. Pooh! Yi Fan used the battle character secret. His body curved like a true dragon, turning into the yin and yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. He rushed forward, and with a wave of his right hand, Yan Yunluan's head was cut off. Chapter 614. The western desert's mysterious itinerant monk's body was cut into two, his life hanging by a thread. Yan Yunluan's head was removed, and he was about to die. This was a scene dyed in blood. After Yi Fan turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, the two great experts both suffered grievances. They couldn't stop the yin-yang dividing line of the Taiji diagram. Yi Fan held Yan Yunluan's head with one hand, and his other hand turned into a golden heavenly monument. He suppressed the upper half of the itinerant monk's body and placed it in the middle of the battlefield. Here, one could hear a pin drop. Blood flowed, falling drop by drop. It was like the sound of the yellow springs. Two great experts were suppressed by a single person, and their bodies were broken. It was a scene that made people's hearts tremble. In the distance, everyone was silent. Yi Fan displayed the battle character in the end, destroying everything in its path. His methods were so powerful that it made them feel suffocated. It was too terrifying. Only after a long time had passed did someone speak. They began to discuss in low voices, and their hearts were filled with shock. The legendary battle character of the 9 secrets, in his hands, it can deduce the heavenly battle skills and display all battle techniques. Unfortunately, Ku Tuchuo's Tu mantra is incomplete and cannot compete with the Daoist's battle character. The Buddhist 6-word mantra will definitely reappear in the world. In the future, it will most likely compete with the Daoist 9 secrets. Yi Fan stared at the itinerant monk and said, "What is going on with the sacred battle Buddha? What is his background?" This was the answer the others wanted to know as well. After the desolate antiquity era, Buddhism actually had an ancient Buddha. As expected, their foundations were unimaginably powerful. Ku Tuchuo didn't reply. He was extremely unwilling, but he didn't say a single word. The incomplete 2 mantra made him feel depressed. "If you don't speak, then I'll make your body empty and your death empty. Stop." Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from the distance. 2 elders flew over and stared at Yan Yunluan's head in Yi Fan's hands. They revealed a horrified expression. "Let go of Yan Yunluan." The other person shouted, his face full of shock. They were Yan Yunluan's protectors, but normally, they weren't always together. Now that they knew they were late, their expressions changed. "Do you think I'll let go just because you say so?" Yi Fan didn't care. "Stop. Let go of Yunluan." The 2 of them rushed forward. "What if I don't stop?" Yi Fan asked. "If you dare to touch Yunluan, you will not have a good ending. The Yan tribe will not let you go. I hate being threatened." Yi Fan directly interrupted their words, and with a bang, he smashed Yan Yunluan's head with a finger. It was as simple as smashing a walnut. "You. I'll kill you." Their faces were as white as snow, without a trace of blood. Their hearts felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Yi Fan was fearless. He did not fear any holy land or divine dynasty. He killed Yan Yunluan cleanly. "Yunluan. Yi brat, hand over your life." The 2 from the Yan clan pounced over. Their hair was messy and they seemed to have gone mad. "Since you miss him so much, then follow him and reunite with him." Yi Fan kept Yan Yunluan's bronze battle armor and sky dagger axe. "Kill." The 2 experts rushed over. In front of a beautiful mountain in the Qishir mansion, 2 young men hesitated. They stood outside Wang Ting's cave, not daring to disturb him. "Who's outside? Come in." A calm voice was heard. The stone door rumbled open, and a dense mist rushed out. It was colorful and celestial. The 2 young men nervously walked in. In the cave, a man sat cross-legged on a mysterious jade bed. His hair was thick and black, and there were countless stars in his eyes. He was unfathomable. "Greetings, Brother Wang," one of them said with a trembling voice. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. The pressure that this man gave him was even greater than that of his ancestor. "What do you want?" Wang Ting calmly asked. "Holy Physique Yi Fan has appeared." One of them quickly explained what had happened outside. However, after a long time, Wang Ting did not say anything. The 2 looked at each other in dismay. "Brother Wang, I know." Wang Ting only said a few words. He had no intention of attacking. He used the 9 secrets, using the fighting symbol art to defeat Yan Yunluan, as well as a monk. The Buddhist tortoise mantra also appeared. One of them spoke of this information. "Is that so? 9 secrets." Wang Ting's eyes became illusory. A streak of divine light rushed out from the crown of his head. A golden ancient war chariot rumbled as it appeared. The divine light turned into a majestic and imposing figure. His entire body was surrounded by golden light that rushed into the heavens. On his back was a holy sword. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world as he stood on the war chariot. Apart from this, divine light shone resplendently in his surroundings. There were 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises. They flickered with dazzling radiance, forming 4 images that surrounded him. "Lead the way." This figure released a light shout that shook the skies. The 2 youngsters discovered that they were already standing on the war chariot. They had long rushed out of the cave and flew into the sky. The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. Wang Ting's incarnation was already this powerful. As it stood on the golden ancient war chariot, dragons and phoenixes cried out in harmony, white tigers roared into the sky, and black tortoises raised the sea. Golden light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, shining resplendently. It was as if an ancient emperor was patrolling the skies. It's Wang Teng. Wang Teng drove the war chariot out. This is an incarnation with the imperial sword on his back. Who is he going to kill? Could it be that he is going to fight against the Middle Emperor? Within the unique scholar manor, there were many beautiful mountain peaks. Many people saw this scene and were incomparably shocked. One after another, figures rushed out and followed. Wang Teng's every move was closely watched. His incarnation naturally attracted many people's attention as they tailed him. He is going to kill the Eastern Wastelands monster. What? The Saint Fiziki fan appeared again? He is fighting in the distance. This time, he is most likely in danger. The 9 secrets have appeared. Wang Teng is determined to collect all 9 secrets of Taoism and cultivate them all. No wonder he wants to personally take action. Along the way, there were many figures. Hundreds of people followed. More than half of the unique scholar manor's people were alarmed. They all wanted to see the North Emperor's glory. The 9 secrets had appeared, and the North Emperor had come out of seclusion. The golden war chariot was as fast as lightning. Along the way, dragons and phoenixes cried out, and white tigers illuminated the sky. It was a splendid and majestic scene. However, by the time the chariot arrived, the battlefield had already calmed down. Everything was over. The 2 experts guarding Yan Yinluan had been defeated, and Yi Fan had left for a long time. Ku Tuchuo had also died, leaving behind only a corner of his tattered monastic robe. All the experts had been killed by Yi Fan. Not a single one of them had escaped. What a pity, we missed it again. Some people felt regretful. It was rare to see Wang Teng come out of seclusion, but they couldn't see his invincible glory. Yi Fan didn't know any of this. He was already 1,000 miles away. After saying goodbye to Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others, he wasn't worried about their safety. The second greatest bandit of the north hadn't come out of the central continent recently. He had once appeared at the unique scholar manor with the heaven-devouring devil jar. He might not interfere with the younger generation's competition, but if someone wanted to take their lives, the living fossil would definitely not agree. It's more than 300,000 miles away. It's not that far. Let's meet often. Yi Fan said goodbye to them and headed west. It had to be said that the unique scholar manor was very mysterious. There were all kinds of ancient books, and Pang Bo had found a lot of information for him. Now, he could roughly guess the range. 10,000 years ago, there was a flourishing Kai clan in the central continent. They had a long inheritance and a terrifying foundation. It was suspected that they had grasped one of the 9 secrets, but they were destroyed in a single night. The 9 secrets originated from the eastern wasteland and were broken up. One of them actually ended up in the central continent, but the others seemed to have lost their inheritance. However, what made Yi Fan's heart uneasy was the collapse of the Kai clan. Just who was it that could destroy an ancient clan that was not much weaker than the Divine Dynasty? All the ancient books back then didn't have a clear conclusion because there was no evidence or clues. It was a case without a clue. Yi Fan flipped through the information and found that there was no conclusion at that time. But after thousands of years, there were many speculations and different viewpoints. Some said that it was the Great Xia Divine Dynasty who used the extreme divine might of the Tai sovereign sword to annihilate the Kai clan. Others said that the Jiuli Divine Dynasty used an extreme Dao weapon to refine this ancient inheritance. Others said that it was someone from the eastern wasteland who appeared with an extreme Dao weapon. In order to retrieve the 9 secrets, they erased the Kai clan without leaving any traces. There were even some who said that it was the work of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Mount Meru was mysterious and unfathomable. It was overseen by an unworldly being that could do all this. The victorious fighting Buddha? No, the time doesn't match. Afterwards, Yi Fan saw many more speculations, and all of them were very reasonable. It really has become a historical case. It's difficult to see through. Finally, Yi Fan saw a piece of unofficial history sandwiched between the piles of information. There was a shocking conclusion inside that was completely different from the previous viewpoints. It wasn't a group of people killing, but a single person destroying an immortal inheritance with a flick of his finger from 10,000 miles away. After reading up to this point, Yi Fan shivered. With the power of a single person, an ancient family was wiped out with a flick of his finger? This was too shocking. One had to know that the Kai clan back then wasn't much weaker than the Divine Dynasty. This piece of unofficial history didn't specify who it was, but it vaguely pointed to one person. From ancient times until now, there were only a few people with such terrifying combat strength. And in that era, it was obvious. Azure Emperor. 10,000 years ago, there was a great emperor living in this world. If there really was such a person, it would be Azure Emperor without a doubt. A great emperor was involved. Just what happened back then? Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Yi Fan was stunned. This was a shocking deduction. Why would the last great emperor of this world do such a thing? Was there some secret that was worthy of Azure Emperor taking action? All kinds of deductions, it's difficult to distinguish. He sighed. Too many years had passed, and now, everything had become a mystery. He could only make wild guesses. Traveling 30,000 miles to the west, Yi Fan came to an ancient land. He saw endless desolation, and endless ancient trees surrounded a ruin. The surroundings were lush, and primeval forests stretched on endlessly. Only this place in the center was barren, quiet and cold. This is the ruins of the Kai clan, only a few broken walls and ruins were left. Crows were entrenched, and the cries of the crows were miserable. It was a clear contrast between the former prosperity and the current desolation. A huge abyss, more than 100 miles long, passed through this barren land. Rubble and other things were at the edge of the abyss. One could imagine that the endless heavenly palaces of the past had sunk and fallen. In the past, the Kai clan's pure land was built on this great canyon, but it has sunk. Yi Fan flew high into the sky and observed with his origin divine art. In that instant, his heart shook. The abyss had no rules, and it looked incomparably terrifying. However, he cultivated an origin art that could restore the landscape and accurately predict the changes of the terrain. Light flickered in his eyes, flickering indeterminately. He repeatedly deduced and interweaved the various landforms of the past. The abyss changed continuously, and then turned into a shape with rules. It was more than 100 miles long and unfathomably deep. This is the mark of a finger. Yi Fan almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. The 100-mile abyss seemed to have been flicked out by a finger and then erased. Was it really Azure Emperor who took action? Why did he do this? Chapter 6:15. Broken walls were everywhere, and not even a blade of grass could be seen. There was a huge abyss that was hundreds of miles long. It was pitch black, and one could not see the bottom at a glance. It was actually left by a finger. Yi Fan was stunned. Had that unofficial history really come true? A person stood 10,000 miles away, and with a point of his finger, he destroyed an ancient clan that was comparable to a celestial dynasty. Azure the Arch. The only person who proved his Tao after the Antiquity era. His origin was mysterious, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He was a mysterious the Arch who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Yi Fan experienced the terror of a demonic the Arch. He stood 10,000 miles away, and with a light flick of his finger, he destroyed an immortal inheritance. What kind of divine might was this? I think if he wanted to, it would not be a problem for him to create a fingerprint that was 10,000 miles long. The 50-mile-long gorge was very meticulous. It just happened to destroy the pure land of the Kai clan, and it did not spread out. The control of the area was very precise. The ancient the Arch was too powerful. It would not be difficult for him to wipe out a celestial dynasty with a raise of his hand. What kind of person was Azure the Arch? He was the only the Arch in the Antiquity era, and he must have been one of the most outstanding figures since ancient times. Would he wipe out an ancient clan for the 9 secrets? The 9 Secrets was the highest divine art of Taoism. It was indeed tempting, but it was not enough for the arch to do such a thing, right? Yi Fan thought about it, but he could not figure it out. Could it be that there are some unknown secrets, or that it involves the secrets of immortals? No matter how much Yi Fan thought about it, there were too few reasons for the arch to make a move. He felt that the Kai clan must have many secrets, for even Azure the arch to make a move. If he could find this clan, perhaps he would be able to unravel the fog of history. In the current world, apart from the Kai clan itself, there was probably no one who knew the cause and effect of the past. Yi Fan walked in the ruins and did not find anything. Who knew how many people had come here to pay their respects in the past 10,000 years? Even if there were any clues, they would not be left behind. He sank into the bottomless pit and felt the power of the finger. It was 10,000 feet deep, and the ground was hard and dry. Be it rocks or soil, they were all flattened. Yi Fan left with a trace of disappointment and awe. A glorious clan with a long inheritance could not block a finger from the Azure Emperor in the end. This made one sigh. According to the information Pang Bo had given him, the Kai clan had not been completely annihilated. At that time, there were still some people outside who had definitely escaped the calamity. In the past 10,000 years, several new sects had been suspected to be survivors of the Kai clan. They believed that they had changed their appearance and continued the glory of the clan. Yi Fan also believed that the race was not completely wiped out. Otherwise, how could there be an old saint? Before he died, he looked far into the west and transformed into nature. In the following days, he began a long journey of searching. The Vermilion Bird sect was a large sect that rose up 8,000 years ago. It occupied a vast area and was located in a beautiful mountain in the west of the Central Plains. This time, Yi Fan traveled through the void. Because the distance was too far, he sighed helplessly. In the past 2 months, he had been to many places, but to no avail. This mountainous area was mainly made of red earth. If there were no vegetation to cover it, it would look like a blazing inferno. The Vermilion Bird sect had been flourishing for the past few thousand years. There were many experts in the sect. This was practically Yi Fan's final target. If there were no descendants of the Kai clan, he would be at his wits' end. After a few days, Yi Fan transformed into a geomaster and wandered around the area. He learned many details. The sect had 72 spiritual peaks and over 10,000 disciples. However, he was disappointed to find that he had not heard of any special divine arts. He did not know whether they had hidden it well or if he had found the wrong place. After a few more days, Yi Fan learned that this was the result of a fallen phoenix. Its blood had dyed the mountains and rivers red, so the earth here was also red. The sect's strongest ultimate technique was known as the Minor Yang scripture. This is a scripture evolved from a remnant of the extreme Yang scripture. He was astonished. No wonder the sect was flourishing day by day. The remnant scripture that they grasped had a great origin. Just a fifth of the extreme Yang scripture was enough to allow a great sect to establish a foothold. This was enough to prove that the supreme scriptures of the immemorial era, the extreme Yin and extreme Yang scriptures, were extremely profound. Half a month later, Yi Fan spent a divine source and learned a secret from a disciple of the sect known as Know-It-All. The sect's founder was indeed surnamed Kai, but he did not stay for long. He left after 500 years and left everything to his disciples to manage. Brother, you're here to find the 9 secrets, right? Who knows how many people have come here in the past 8,000 years? Don't waste time. There's no one. This know-it-all patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said meaningfully. Yi Fan also smiled. It seemed like this method would not work. Many people had already used it. Let me tell you this. Our founder might really be a survivor of the Kai clan, but he did not pass down any 9 secrets. He only left behind a remnant scripture. The know-it-all said a lot. Many outstanding people had come here in the past 8,000 years, but in the end, they all left helplessly. They could not find anything. The 9 secrets were the 9 strongest divine techniques of Taoism. They contained too many secrets and incurred the jealousy of the heavens. They could not be combined. Now, they were lost everywhere and some of them were lost. Searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There would not be any clues. You're quite generous to spend a divine source to buy information. I'll tell you for free. Our founder went south. I heard he went to an ancient place called Hanchuan. Yi Fan smiled wryly. It had already been 8,000 years. It was too difficult to find clues about one person. He even suspected that the founder of the sect was that old saint who had transformed into the Tao. However, in order to obtain the 9 secrets, he could only keep searching. Even though he knew many people had walked this path, he still hoped to find precious clues. He came all the way from the west and now wanted to go to the southern part of the Central Plains. The journey was extremely long, and he could only travel through space. Fortunately, the so-called southern part was the area bordering the west and not the southernmost part. Otherwise, he would have to stare at it. He had enough mysterious jade platforms on him. By now, he knew how to carve them himself. Of course, they were the simplest ones that could only travel tens of thousands of miles. Along the way, Yi Fan traveled through space. It was impossible to count how many mysterious jade platforms he had abandoned. Finally, he arrived at Hanchuan in the southern part of the Central Plains. This area was 1,000,000 miles wide, but in the vast southern part of the Central Plains, it was only a small part. Hanchuan was a plain. There were 11 famous cities here that gathered the draconic energy of the world. Each city was extremely ancient and had flourishing fate energy. Each city was a great power. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. After searching for half a month, he had only found some clues. The Kai clan had indeed come here, but they had disappeared. In the end, he used all his methods and finally found out that the Kai clan had wanted to rise from the ashes and rebuild their glory. However, they had left in the end for unknown reasons. His next stop was in the eastern part of the Central Plains. He was close to the eastern barren territory. From south to east, he had crossed more than half of the Central Plains. If Yi Fan wanted to continue, ordinary mysterious jade platforms wouldn't do. He would have to carry a mountain on his back to be able to squander them. But now, he needed a large divine formation. The distance was too far. Are the Kai clan purposely tormenting people? First to the west, then to the south, and then to the east. Will they go to the north next time? Yi Fan felt that searching like this wouldn't work. Countless people had searched for the Kai clan's 9 secrets. Since they hadn't been passed down, it meant that most of them had failed. If he continued down this path, it would be difficult for him to succeed. I can't think like the people before me. I need to think from a different angle. Then, he began to spend the divine roots in his hands to buy information from the 3 ancient sects of the Central Plains. He wanted to find out where the 9 secrets were. The 100 Shao House, the Pavilion of Heavenly Mystery, and the Red Dust Pavilion were all ranked among the 100 sects of the Central Plains. Their origins were ancient and could be traced back to the Antiquity era. They were the most well-informed and sold information to the outside world. I can only hope that Hua Yunfei has found some clues. Yi Fan really didn't want this person to find the 9 secrets. But now, he could only start with him. Hua Yunfei had gone to the small temple before him. He most likely had more clues than him. It was possible that the old saint had left something behind. He stopped searching for the Kai clan. Instead, he began to spend a large amount of divine roots to find Hua Yunfei's traces with the help of the 3 ancient sections. First, Yi Fan issued a mission. He wanted to find out where most of the sons of the world had fallen. He knew that Hua Yunfei cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic technique. In order to devour supreme divine roots, those sons of the world were definitely his favorite targets. Very soon, a secret letter was sent over from the 100 Shao House, providing the relevant information. When he saw it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was written very simply. The area where the divine physique Yi Fan appeared was the area where most sons of the world had fallen. The Fire Demon Ridge, Qishir Manor, Immortal Mansion World, and so on were marked. Why did I end up in my own body? Luckily, the 100 Shao House sent over more detailed information. Some of the outstanding disciples of the large sects in the western part of the Central Plains had died in the past 2 years. A few outstanding figures had disappeared in the southern part of the Central Plains. A few young experts with extraordinary talent in the eastern part of the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared. Yi Fan's heart moved. In the past 2 years, a few outstanding figures in the Central Plains had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind many unsolved cases. However, because the area was too big, no one had noticed anything. Was it done by Hua Yunfei? But they are too scattered. There's no way to deduce his location. He drew a few circles on the map, dividing it into a dozen or so areas. All of them could be places where he had appeared. He spent a lot of time connecting the time and location of these people's deaths, arranging them into a trajectory map. Using this to deduce Hua Yunfei's whereabouts is still a bit unreliable. There are too many variables. After that, Yi Fan spent a large amount of resources to commission the 3 great ancient sects to investigate a very important link. He had to gather information on the places where the heavenly tribulation had occurred in the past 2 years. This was very difficult. Normally, those who had gone through the tribulation would find an uninhabited area where they would not be discovered. However, the 3 great ancient sects were extraordinary. They actually sent over some very valuable information. They marked out a few areas, and their words were conclusive. There were people who had gone through the tribulation. Yi Fan used this to draw another map. However, he still could not be sure. He seriously pondered over it for a very long time. This was far from enough. The world was too big. Even after combining all this information, it was still not enough to deduce where Hua Yunfei was. When Yi Fan was with the Black Emperor, he had a detailed understanding of the various characteristics of the heaven-devouring demonic technique. He knew the various problems and difficulties that would occur when cultivating it. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. It was a demonic path that had a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. When devouring the source of others, it was easy to incur the wrath of the heavens. It needed to be mediated with a few ancient prescriptions. Apart from the Black Emperor, the people of the Celestial Dynasty might not know of these prescriptions. There were not many people in the world who understood its use. Yi Fan listed out a few very rare spirit medicines. They were the main ingredients of the ancient prescriptions. They were not easy to find in the world. If they were sold, there should be traces of them. This piece of information was very important. Not long after, Yi Fan received a set of information from the Red Dust Pavilion. He drew another map according to the time and location of the spirit medicines. Once the heaven-devouring demonic technique is accomplished, one can devour mountains and rivers during the trial. The black hole will shatter everything. Based on what the Black Emperor had said, he issued another mission. He was to investigate the abnormal movements of the mountains and rivers in various places. He wanted to know if some regions had disappeared. Just like that, Yi Fan issued a total of 18 missions according to the various details. Each mission cost a large amount of resources. He drew 18 maps based on 18 sets of information. After that, he summarized and combined the 18 maps into one. He drew a final map that represented Hua Yunfei's movements. 5 of the regions are the most suspicious. Late at night, Yi Fan bent over the table and looked at the map. He carefully pondered and confirmed the 5 regions. Hua Yunfei, I'm coming. On the second day, Yi Fan set out and started to search. He had to go to the 5 regions one by one. This was a boring process. He spent a month and eliminated 4 of the regions. Finally, he came to the western part of the central prefecture. However, it was not the Vermilion Bird sect, but a place called the Qinling Mountains. This time, Yi Fan spent even more time. After more than a month, he finally found some clues. However, he could not confirm the final location. The Qinling Mountains was a mysterious place. There were many ancient sects, and they were all extremely powerful. However, they had no connection with the Kai clan. Most of them had existed for tens of thousands of years. However, Yi Fan found traces of Hua Yunfei in this region. It was very similar to the 18 maps he had drawn. I believe you are in this region. However, the Qinling Mountains are too vast. I can only advance slowly. I will definitely find you. Half a month later, Yi Fan passed by a small declining sect. There was no ancient city where the ancestral dragon Qi was condensed. There were only a few short mountains without any beautiful scenery. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure on one of the short mountains. She was traveling with a few disciples of this small declining sect. Li Xiaoman, it was an old friend from the other side of the starry sky. He had not seen her for almost 3 years. She was as beautiful as before. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she had an otherworldly temperament. In that instant, Yi Fan thought that Hua Yunfei was definitely here. He had found the right place. The 9 secrets must be here too. Not simple. Hua Yunfei only used 2 years to find the 9 secrets that others have been searching for 8,000 years. A declining small sect with only a few dozen disciples. Was the 9 secrets really here? Yi Fan stood in the distance and looked at Li Xiaoman. He thought about it quietly. She became a disciple of this sect. This declining small sect is probably not as bad as I thought. Chapter 6:16. The Qin mountain range was no less than 1,000,000 miles in circumference and could be said to be boundlessly vast. But relatively speaking, it was only a small corner of the western region of the central prefecture. This was a mysterious ancient land. It was very difficult for the outside world to understand it. There were many legends about experts who were extremely powerful, yet not many people knew about them. Some said that in the past, there was an ancient saint who was unrivaled under the heavens. He roamed through the 5 great regions and in the end, he was beaten to the ground by an old man who was herding sheep. Even in the recent ancient times, a similar thing happened 20,000 years ago. 8 supreme experts came to the Qin mountain range in search of the ancient past and were all thrown into the lake by a fisherman. This was an ancient land with its own unique inheritance. To the people of the outside world, it was very mysterious and shrouded in a layer of fog. The Qin mountain range spanned 1,000,000 miles and there were many mountain ranges everywhere. There was once someone who excavated the tombs of 12 ancient emperors within half a year. This land was extraordinary. After some emperors died, they would always think of ways to bury themselves in the Qin mountain range, causing people to be puzzled. Some said that this was a land connected to immortality. According to the legends, there were people who once ascended to immortality. There were even some who said that this was an incomprehensible land with many tombs underground. There were people cultivating there, seeking to verify their Daoist, unknown to the outside world. There were too many secrets regarding the Qin mountain range. There were even people who claimed that the Azure Emperor was born in the Qin mountain range and only left for the eastern barren lands after that. There was a legend saying that there was an immortal transformation pool in the Qin mountain range. 30,000 years ago, an azure lotus gained sentience and transformed into a human form. After that, it grew step by step and eventually became the world-shaking Azure Emperor physique. There are many hidden experts in the Qin mountain range, and there are many tombs underground. This was the conclusion Yi Fan came to after a period of time. Although he saw Li Xiaoman, it was impossible for him to acknowledge her. Hence, he chose to stay behind and roam this ancient land, silently observing, wanting to find traces of Hua Yunfei. The declining small sect occupied 4 small mountains and had a total of only 20 people. It could be said to be pitifully small. Li Xiaoman was a disciple of one of the mountains. Yi Fan had observed them from afar and felt that something was strange. The cultivation bases of these people were all uneven. The weakest was only at the Sea of Reincarnation realm, while the strongest was at the first level of Immortal Foundation. That's not right. How could such a small declining sect have a grand elder of the Holy Land? Moreover, he discovered that there were 2 or 3 disciples who were extremely powerful. Their cultivation had reached the dragon transformation realm, and they were not any weaker than the young experts of the Qishir manor. This was really strange. These people were all concealing their cultivation, and ordinary people would not be able to see through them at all. Only Yi Fan, who had cultivated the divine eyes of origin, could see through the falsehood and see through the source of their cultivation. It's not simple at all. There must be a reason behind it. I have to be careful. Yi Fan stayed and understood everything in detail. He learned that this declining small sect was called the Qin sect. This place was only a branch, and could also be considered an outer sect. Such a small outer sect actually has a first-level immortal foundation expert. He felt that this was inconceivable. The Qin sect wasn't very large, with only a little over 100 members. There were 4 branches in the north, south, east, and west, which were the so-called outer sect. The main sect was located in the center of this mountainous region, and it was only 20 to 30 li away from the north, south, east, and west branches. In this region, there were some scattered villages, and all of them were ordinary commoners. There were some naughty children who would often run up the mountain to play, and no one cared about them. One could say that this declining small sect with only 100 members didn't have any strict rules. It looked very relaxed, and didn't seem like a secret sect at all. The 9 secrets is in this small sect. In the Qin sect, the sect leader's bloodline had the surname Qin, and they seemed to have no connection with the Kai clan. The only thing that made people suspicious was that this declining small sect actually had a history of several thousand years. Compared to the mortal world, it was unknown how many dynasties had passed through. The nearby villages had no idea how long the Qin sect could be traced back. Because it was too ancient, it was as though it had existed since the era of their ancestors. Not because of the Kai surname, but a small sect with such a long history, Yi Fan was very cautious. During these few days, he had been observing. Other than Li Xiaoman's southern branch, the eastern, western, and northern branches were similar. There were experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, and there were 1 or 2 disciples from the Dragon Transformation's secret realm. This exceeded common sense. Even for a peak-level sect, it was only at this level. With so few people, how could the number of young disciples be so high? Finally, he stealthily approached the main peak, wanting to see the strength of the main sect. Although it was called the main peak, it was actually only over 1,000 meters tall. It was 200 to 300 meters taller compared to the surrounding mountains. It didn't exude a majestic aura, nor did it exude any majestic aura. It was extremely ordinary and ordinary. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the small Daoist temple where the old sage was. It looked ordinary and ordinary, but there was a hint of returning to one's natural state. Not long after, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He discovered a supreme existence meditating in front of the main peak, not moving at all. Is this really a small sect? I just arrived at the main peak and I already saw a supreme existence. He was astonished. There was a stretch of buildings on this small mountain. Could there be even more powerful characters, or even a few supreme existences? Yi Fan didn't take a step closer. This kind of character's spiritual sense was extraordinary, and he would be sensed if he wasn't careful. If it wasn't for the golden lake between his brows being baptized by the thunder tribulation, and his extremely powerful divine sense, as well as the heavenly god technique, he would have been discovered long ago. This is a hidden sect. Now, he could already confirm that this seemingly declining small sect was extraordinary and had an unknown secret. Even though it wasn't surnamed Kai, it was most likely worth stopping here. In the next few days, Yi Fan carefully read the county and prefecture annals of this area. He discovered that there was a famous surname in this area in the past, Kai. Unfortunately, this surname had moved away in an unknown era, and its whereabouts were unknown. The old land of the Kai clan. Not long after, Yi Fan inadvertently discovered an ancient book in the library of a local prominent clan, and he learned even more from it. In an extremely ancient era, there was only one major surname in this area, which was the Kai clan. For some unknown reason, the entire clan had moved away 30,000 years ago, and since then, they had disappeared. 30,000 years ago, wasn't that the time when the legendary Azure Emperor took human form and attained Tao? The Kai clan had lived in the Qinling Mountains in the past, and there was a rumor that the Azure Emperor had also come from this area, originating from the Immortal Transformation Pool. There's an 80 to 90% chance that the Qin sect is from the Kai clan. They've returned to their homeland, but they've changed their appearance. However, the Azure Emperor passed away in meditation 10,000 years ago. What are they afraid of? Yi Fan didn't discover any traces of Hua Yunfei, but he believed that he should be nearby, or even within the Qin sect. He most likely has a secret treasure on him that can isolate his aura. Even my heavenly god eyes can't see through him. This is very troublesome. Yi Fan considered it over and over again. He felt that he could only join the Qin sect and slowly search for the 9 secrets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to approach openly. The southern mountain range where Li Xiaoman was located should be avoided. If not, if she discovered any traces of him, the consequences would be dire. The few branches were only tens of miles apart, and there would definitely be times when they would meet. But as long as he didn't reveal his old habits, there shouldn't be any problems with the heaven and earth transformation art he learned from the Heavenly Origin book. In the eastern mountain range of the Qin sect, there were 3 short mountains. There were 4 elders and 15 disciples, as well as several hundred chickens, ducks and geese. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was clearly a first-layer immortal foundation expert guarding this place, yet there were several hundred animals being reared. It was like the mortal world. As to why he chose this place, it was because the eastern mountain range was about to accept disciples. Coincidentally, this was an opportunity, and he wanted to fish in troubled waters. Doggy child, after you ascend the mountain, you have to cultivate well. Don't steal goose eggs anymore. This is your sect now. A hunter stared at his child. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. There were 4 snot-nosed children who followed him up the mountain, and they were all children from the village at the foot of the mountain. When they had nothing better to do, they actually ran up the mountain to play. And now, they were actually going to become disciples. The Qin sect was simply too unscrupulous when it came to accepting disciples. He really didn't know what to say. They were all children from the vicinity, and there was no such thing as picking on their roots. A hidden sect can't be judged by common sense. Qin Wentian could only mutter to himself. The snot-nosed children were only 6 to 7 years old, and they were all staring at him with curiosity. Yi Fan truly felt a little uneasy. He was about to become fellow apprentice brothers with a bunch of little kids. Luckily, not long after, 2 more people ascended the mountain, and they also wanted to take him as their master. One of them was around 18 or 19 years old, and had a refined and scholarly appearance. He was dressed like a scholar, and exuded a scholarly aura. The other person was over 50 years old, and his hair was sparse. He was emaciated, and had a sickly appearance. Even his beard had turned white, and he actually came here to cultivate. The Eastern Qin sect did not reject anyone, and all of them were accepted. The 4 snot-nosed children, in addition to Yi Fan's group of 3, made up a total of 7 disciples. Faintly, Yi Fan felt that the scholar and the sickly old man were not simple. However, in front of others, he didn't want to casually use the Heaven Origin divine eyes to probe them. This hidden sect is completely unafraid of these people, and they dare to accept anyone who comes. This is enough to prove their confidence. This was what Qin Wentian truly felt after staying on the mountain for a few days. That scholar was an expert from the dragon transformation realm, and that sickly old man was actually a unique cultivator who only cultivated in a single secret realm. This was the first time he saw such a person, and his strength was not easy to estimate. Yi Fan was speechless. The small Eastern Qin sect only had 3 short mountains, and a total of over 20 people. Apart from the scholar and sickly old man, there were also 2 other young cultivators from the dragon transformation realm. If word of this got out, it would scare people to death. This hidden sect, with a few branches added together, the quality of their disciples could almost be compared to a sacred ground. There were only over 100 people in total, and yet they had such achievements. It was like a fantasy, and no one would believe it if word of this got out. These people are most likely the same as me, and found the chi of the 9 secrets through some kind of clue. After Yi Fan understood in detail, he felt that there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small place, and it was hard to guess who the most outstanding inheritors of the supreme sects were. Boom! Not far away, smoke and dust soared into the sky, and immediately after, chickens flew and dogs jumped. A snot-nosed child ran out from the chicken coop, crying, "Senior brother, save me, what's wrong, doggy?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Little Shertu and the rest fell into a cave, and there is a vermilion coffin inside." The 4 snot-nosed children were as mischievous as before. They ran to steal the egg, and in the end, the ground inexplicably cracked, and they fell into the cave. Many people on the mountain were alarmed, and they rushed over. When they saw the scene, they were all shocked. There was actually an underground ancient tomb in the open. Yi Fan couldn't help but to sigh in admiration. Indeed, there were many ancient tombs in the Qin mountain range, and there was even one in the middle of the mountain. How strange. "I pay my respects to senior uncle." Before the dust settled, a beautiful silhouette descended from the sky. Li Xiaoman came to the Eastern Qin sect, and she paid her respects to the mountain lord of the first layer Immortal Foundation layer. Chapter 617. Martial Uncle, it won't be long before the disciples are sent to the inner sect. My master wants you to make preparations. Li Xiaoman bowed. She was elegant and otherworldly. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her dress was pure white without a speck of dust. "I understand," the Eastern Mountain chieftain said, nodding. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Would he be closer to the 9 secrets if he entered the inner sect? "I have to seize this opportunity." I'm sure everyone else has the same thought. Recently, he had been paying attention to Li Xiaoman. However, he did not see her interacting with anyone special. He could not find any traces of Hua Yunfei. He felt that Hua Yunfei was definitely at the Qin sect, but he did not know who he was. He wanted to search for him through Li Xiaoman, but he could not find any clues. "Martial Uncle, I'll take my leave now." Li Xiaoman bowed and her sleeves fluttered as she flew into the sky like a fairy. When the smoke and dust in the cave settled, a large vermilion coffin was lying on the ground. 3 snot-nosed children were crying inside, and chickens and ducks were jumping around. When the mountain chieftain saw the 3 wailing brats below, she was instantly angered to the point of being amused. She said, "Look at how useless you are. All you do is steal chickens and dogs. If you don't listen to me, I'll lock you up in the underground cave. Mountain chieftain, please save us. We will only steal this once. We won't dare to do it again." The 3 snot-nosed children were sobbing as they leaned against the coffin. They were terrified. The Immortal Foundation expert flicked his sleeves and swept them up together with the coffin. Quang dang. The coffin was thrown horizontally onto the ground. This coffin had been buried underground for over 10,000 years, but it didn't show any signs of decaying. It was still the same as before. It was carved from red silk dragon wood and was extremely precious. Bang! The instant the coffin lid was opened, a green light flew out. It was actually a centipede that was 2 meters long and sparkled like jade. Its mouth spewed out a green mist, and the chickens and geese all turned into pus and blood. The mountain lord was at the peak of the first layer of Immortal Foundation. As a half-step supreme existence, his strength was naturally extremely powerful. With a wave of his sleeves, he brought all the children away with him. Centipede Sky Demon. Many people cried out loudly. This was a centipede that had clearly matured. Even though it wasn't shockingly thick, it was still frightening enough. Bang! The mountain lord personally took action and fought against it. Endless magical power was released to continuously refine it. The dark green centipede pierced through the void and actually escaped. Everyone was shocked. This was a strange insect that had cultivated for over 800 years. Even though it hadn't taken human form, it had the power of a half-step almighty. It walked the path of the Bug King, choosing not to evolve into a human, but to continue cultivating with its bug body. It was even more terrifying. Pooh! An expanse of green light sprayed out. Its mouthful of poison even pierced through this short mountain, and one could well imagine just how powerful it was. The mountain chieftain let out a long howl and spat out a small green gourd from his mouth. Boundless golden water vapor gushed out and purified the poison, then engulfed the dark green centipede. Sun True Water. Many people cried out, even Yi Fan was astonished. The solar true water corresponded to the lunar true water. Even though it was water, it contained extreme yang energy, and it was the bane of darkness bugs. Pooh! The jade centipede opened its mouth and spat out a streak of green light that turned into a centipede-shaped dark green short sword. It cut through the void and rushed towards the sun true water and the gourd. Not good, this centipede's cultivation is very profound. You guys, retreat! The mountain chieftain shouted. He and the jade centipede rushed into the sky and continuously clashed. An elder below turned into a beam of light and rushed to the main gate to report the danger here. At this time, everyone was nervous and frightened. There was a corpse inside the vermilion coffin. Its flesh hadn't decayed, but it was as black as ink. This is red silk dragon wood. It can ensure that the body is immortal and can live for 20,000 years. It is a rare treasure, and this person must have been an emperor-level character when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a coffin. How terrifying! This centipede devoured the corpse's origin essence. No wonder it is so powerful. Everyone saw everything inside the coffin and felt uneasy. An emperor became the food of a poisonous insect after his death, unable to rest in peace even in death. The snot babies' faces turned pale and they trembled in fear. Just now, they had just brushed shoulders with the god of death. If not for the centipede looking down on their flesh, they would have died a long time ago. Boom! In the air, the body of the centipede trembled violently as a green light shone brightly. In an instant, it expanded to over 10 meters in length, resembling a flood dragon. Its body was gigantic and its 100 legs moved in unison, lacerating the void. A Tianho at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. Only supreme existences can subdue it. Its poison is too intense. Pooh! The over 10-meter-long jade centipede spat out a mouthful of jade water, cleanly dissolving the peak of a short mountain. This kind of poison caused the hearts of everyone to palpitate. Demonic insect, hand over your life. From afar, a long howl rang out. A supreme existence rode on a cloud and stretched out a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, grabbing towards the jade centipede. A supreme existence at the peak. Yi Fan was shocked. As expected, there was a supreme existence guarding the main peak. An emperor-level character had appeared in such a short period of time. Pooh! The heavenly centipede soared through the air, glowing with a jade-green light. The poison in its mouth gushed out, transforming the 5 short mountains into dust in a single breath, no longer existing. It darted left and right, wanting to flee. However, the Supreme Existence's methods were heaven-defying, completely locking down this space. He grabbed downwards, and with a "paw" sound, the centipede was caught. After that, a multicolored light shone as the centipede was refined. This is a character at the peak of the Saint Lord level. Suppressing a half-step heavenly centipede king is like squashing an ordinary insect. There's no difference at all. Yi Fan shuddered. The body of the jade centipede was filled with poison. It unceasingly spat out green light, but it couldn't break through the light screen. It was refined by the magical energy and rapidly shrunk. Finally, it shrank to the size of a palm and appeared in the palm of the Supreme Existence, unmoving. Vile creature, as one of the 5 poisonous insects, it's perfect to be used to nurture a goo king. This Supreme Existence from the main sect coldly snorted. He kept the centipede into a small cauldron and left. This was a Supreme Existence. In an era without saints and great completion king physiques, they represented the world's most powerful fighting strength. They were the true rulers of the earth. That insect really isn't simple. It actually devoured the corpse's broken source. That's almost not a centipede anymore. It has long turned into a goo, devouring its own kind and other creatures. It will become stronger and stronger. Goo was a type of divine insect that was raised by locking all kinds of insect kings together and letting them devour each other. In the end, only one was left. It originated from the southern mountains of the 5 great regions. The people there were good at raising goo. At this moment, when Yi Fan heard their words, he quivered and shivered. He thought of the heaven-devouring demonic art. Wasn't it just like this? Those who cultivated this kind of heavenly art devoured the human race's king physiques to strengthen themselves. In the end, they turned into the humans' Gu King. It was exactly the same. When the ancient heavenly emperor created this supreme demonic art, he was most likely inspired by the Gu King. When Yi Fan thought of this, he was shaken and said, "This is bad." The Qinling Mountains was a mysterious ancient land. There were many ancient mausoleums. In ancient times, even the people of the Celestial Dynasty came here to be buried. Only heaven knew how many ancient tombs there were in these mountains. Hua Yunfei was like a fish in water. If he discovered some immortal corpses, it would definitely be a feast. The well-preserved corpse of a supreme character would most likely still have some remnant source. If it fell into Hua Yunfei's hands, just thinking about it made people shiver. In less than 10 years, he will be able to run amok under the heavens. For the first time, Yi Fan felt that Hua Yunfei's future was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If he couldn't keep him in check now, once he matured, he might be invincible. Several days later, the Eastern Mountain Lord announced a piece of news. In 2 months, he would select disciples to enter the inner sect. Everyone in the mountain was moved. In the competition of the 4 branches, the first place can enter the inner sect. "There is only one spot," said the Mountain Lord. Everyone was stunned. Only the first place of the 4 branches could enter the main peak. The conditions were too harsh. After a big battle, everyone else would be in vain. Yi Fan's heart trembled. According to what he knew, there were only 3 or 4 disciples who had reached the dragon transformation realm. They definitely had great backgrounds. The other 3 branches were not weak. If they wanted to fight for first place, it would definitely be a fierce battle. This was definitely done on purpose by the Qin sect. They already knew that their disciples had impure motives. "They came for the 9 secrets, but I came for you, Princess Moon Spirit. Who exactly did you transform into, and which branch are you from?" the Eastern scholar Qin Yu muttered to himself. This was the only news Yi Fan had obtained from paying attention to the scholar and the sickly old man. He had used his heavenly origin divine technique to connect with the earth veins and hear these words. The second most beautiful woman in the Central Plains, the Jianghu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Moon Spirit, is also in the Qin sect? Yi Fan was quite shocked. In this small place, there were only 100 or so people in a small sect. Only heaven knew what other powerful characters there were. He didn't even need to think to know that the handsome scholar was a prince of the divine dynasty. Otherwise, how could he have dared to chase after Goddess Moon Spirit? He was a hidden dragon. How many people like Princess Moon Spirit and Hua Yunfei are there in the east, west, south, and north? How did they find them? Yi Fan was puzzled. Clearly, some of them had been here for a year or 2, or even earlier. 2 days later, the Eastern Mountain Lord announced another piece of news. If they could make a great contribution to the Qin sect, they would be able to enter the main peak and cultivate the highest secret manuals. "What is considered a great contribution?" a disciple asked. "Finding dragon marrow to extend the life of the main peak's elders, or presenting precious materials that can be used to forge king divine weapons." Everyone was stunned. Every treasure was a rare treasure worth millions of kilograms of source energy. This was a super, great contribution. Yi Fan felt that the Qin sect must have long since understood the goal of these disciples. Now, they were asking for a lion's share of the fees from the divine dynasty and the other major powers. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Fan asked the sickly old man, "Old bro, do you plan to enter the main peak? It's better not to enter the inner sect." The sickly old man shook his head. "Why?" Yi Fan didn't understand. "There are some extremely talented people who enter, and they can't leave for the rest of their lives," the sickly old man said. "Who are they?" Yi Fan's expression changed. "For example, the king of Jade Luo." "What?" Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the 9 heavens blue sky bell. It was left behind by an invincible king from 20,000 years ago. This king of Jade Luo naturally couldn't be the same person from 20,000 years ago. The sickly old man didn't hold back and told him some secrets. 30 years ago, someone had found this place. At that time, the king of Jade Luo was still in his prime. In less than a year, he entered the main peak and stayed there permanently. It's not that he didn't want to leave, but... The sickly old man shook his head. Could it be that there are other secrets? Yi Fan asked. Of course there are. The sickly old man revealed a shocking secret. In the main peak of the Qin sect, there were peerless experts who weren't any weaker than the Holy Lands. And the most terrifying thing was that they had a secret art called the soul cleansing art. This art could cleanse a king of a generation. If it was said that Buddha could cleanse all living beings from suffering, then this art could cleanse all kings of the world. The higher one's talent was, the greater the influence would be. The king of Jade Luo entered the main peak for less than 3 years before he became a protector of the sect. From this, one could imagine his mental journey. And now, he had even become a supreme protector of the Qin sect. 30 years had passed, and he hadn't taken a single step out of the main peak. He had taken root in the Qin sect and officially became a member. The soul cleansing art didn't control one's divine sense. Instead, it controlled the source of one's divine sense, allowing one to wholeheartedly worship them. Although there aren't many people in the Qin sect, the main peak doesn't lack experts. The king of Jade Luo is only one of them. And now that 30 years have passed, he can at least fight against a peerless holy lord. The main peak is so unfathomably deep. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Naturally. The origin of the soul cleansing art is extremely terrifying. It's said that it's a peerless divine art left behind by the Southern Mountain Celestial Emperor. This. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. There were rumors in the world that the Southern Mountain Celestial Emperor was a ruthless character. And now, there was actually a peerless saint art of his. Chapter 618. The soul cleansing art was a mysterious and powerful secret art that could convert a disloyal person into a devout protector of the sect. How heaven-defying was this? One had to understand that this wasn't controlling one's divine sense, but rather starting from the source of one's heart. Everything was going with the flow, a normal illumination. It definitely wasn't seizing one's will. Although the Qin sect was small, with only 100 or so members, their strength was unfathomable. This caused Yi Fan to feel a sense of reverence. Even the Jade Luo monarch had been cleansed. This was truly a major event. According to the sickly old man, the Jade Luo monarch was not the only one who had been cleansed. There were others who had been outstanding figures in the past 30 years. In truth, those who could find this place for the 9 secrets were all extraordinary. The most outstanding among them were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men, far surpassing their peers. Yi Fan parted with the sickly old man. Many thoughts ran through his mind. The Qin sect was extremely strange and could not be underestimated. If he, with his holy physique, was also cleansed, then things would be even more interesting. At the same time, he felt a trace of unease in his heart. The soul cleansing art was created by the Southern Mountain Celestial Emperor and was suspected to be the other life of a ruthless person. This was not good news. Hua Yunfei should be a member of the Qin sect. This secret art was definitely extremely tempting to him. If he obtained it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I still have to enter the inner sect, or else I won't be able to obtain the 9 secrets. However, I have to be on guard against being cleansed. Yi Fan pondered. He already had a plan in mind. Now, I should think of a way to increase my strength. Entering the inner sect is not easy, so I should take advantage of this time to search for the dragon marrow. He made up his mind. The night breeze blew by, causing the small mountains to become hazy under the starry sky. The trees swayed and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. The crescent moon had a limited amount of moonlight, and the forest was very dark. Yi Fan walked alone, observing the terrain of the mountain range in search of the dragon marrow. In the distance, there was a quiet pine forest. A clear spring flowed out, and birds were chirping as the fragrance of the plants permeated the air. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stopped in his tracks. He saw a beauty sitting cross-legged on a blue stone with her palms facing the sky. She was surrounded by a pure white radiance. The stars and moon were dim, but there was a lot of starlight and moonlight flowing down from the depths of the pine forest, condensing towards her body, making that place pure white and hazy. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan was surprised. The technique she cultivated was definitely a type of wondrous art. 365 golden whirlpools appeared around her body. They were extremely dazzling as they gathered spiritual essence from all directions and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon. All the stars in the sky. Using one's body to correspond to 365 main stars. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never seen or heard of such a mysterious technique. He activated his divine eye of origin and carefully observed it, wanting to see what was going on. Suddenly, his heart trembled. In each of the 365 golden vortexes, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged like a god. Wood power, dragon chi, starlight, and moon essence all converged like water and flowed into the 365 golden vortexes, where the golden figures were being forged. Yi Fan wanted to take a closer look, but the figures in the golden vortexes were too hazy. He couldn't see their faces at all, but he could feel a kind of majesty and loftiness, as well as the aura of a god. What a powerful, wondrous art. The human body corresponds to the main stars in the sky, and a god is formed in each golden vortex. What kind of heaven-defying divine ability will there be when one cultivates it to the end? Yi Fan pondered and was rather shocked. In the end, he discovered that the 365 golden figures were actually a god that resided in different parts of the human body. To be able to create an unparalleled god. How miraculous. Suddenly, his body trembled as he saw an even more bizarre scene. An ancient diagram appeared behind Li Xiaoman, and a golden god stood on the primordial battlefield, looking disdainfully at the gods. On the ancient battlefield, a sea of gold flowed, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. The blood of the corpses was multicolored, and it was obvious that they were not mortals. They were incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Among the corpses, there were golden arhats, and after careful observation, there were also 7 colored bodhisattvas. All of them were lying on the ground. What a powerful god, walking on the multicolored blood of the bodhisattvas and arhats. The mountains trembled slightly, and the endless essence energy contained in the earth veins all gushed out, gathering toward Li Xiaoman's body and entering the 365 golden vortexes, casting the golden god. During this process, Li Xiaoman's body constantly flickered with divine splendor. Her sparkling jade-like body was repeatedly refined, becoming one with the 365 gods. When her eyes opened and closed, there were actually specks of golden light that were indescribably demonic. She was like an ancient demon god, beautiful and wild. The essence of the sun and moon in the sky and the spiritual chi of the ancestral roots on the ground turned into rivers and entered her body. The speed at which she breathed in and out essence energy was astonishing. This place was thousands of miles away from the Qin sect, so she was not worried about being discovered. She sat there motionlessly, cultivating this heavenly art that had never been recorded in the ancient texts. Where did she learn this? Suddenly, Li Xiaoman's body trembled, and her beautiful hair fluttered. A black vase appeared above her head. At first, it was not very clear, but it gradually solidified. This is... Yi Fan's eyes immediately sharpened. Strands of black light seeped out from the top of Li Xiaoman's head and formed a vase above her head. The black light flickered, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. It looked simple and natural. The vase's style was very simple. It was like the carrier of the great Tao, and it seemed to be able to suppress the myriad worlds. It was too familiar. This great Tao vase was almost the same as the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Li Xiaoman used her own essence energy to form the body of the vase and cultivated to this level. The Black Emperor once said that when one comprehended the heaven-devouring demonic art to a certain level, they could choose to form the great Tao vase. This was the carrier of the Tao, and in the future, they could use it to gather endless magical power. Black light flowed, and the vase was formed. It floated above her head, and the 365 golden vortexes all trembled and disappeared. Only the vase was in harmony with her. She also cultivates the heaven-devouring demonic art. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, but he did not make any moves. Without a doubt, Li Xiaoman cultivated two heavenly arts. The first one was hard to guess, but the second one was easy to recognize. The great Tao vase floated up and down, and it had the power to suppress the heavens. Boom! The mountains and forests shook, and the sky hummed. The method created by the ancient celestial emperor contained endless profundities. The great Tao descended, and the laws appeared, intertwining with the vase. Moreover, all living beings in the world were affected. Strands of divine power gathered from all directions, and it was even greater than the 365 golden vortexes. Swoosh! Suddenly, Li Xiaoman's eyes opened. They were pale gold, and she looked at Yi Fan like two bolts of lightning. Her skin was like jade, and her beauty was out of this world. She was mysterious and strange, like a beautiful demon god that had come back to life. She seemed to have sensed something. Yi Fan used the original technique to become one with the mountains and rivers, and there was not a trace of human presence. He then used the travel formula and disappeared into thin air. She looks like she is just in the Tao Palace secret realm, but how can she have such a sharp spiritual sense? Yi Fan was shocked. Li Xiaoman was strange. Not only did she cultivate two heavenly arts, but she could also sense that someone was spying on her. Yi once said that Li Xiaoman had entered the celestial palace outside the forbidden ancient barren land. Could it be that she had obtained a great opportunity there? But he still felt that something was wrong. The first type of mysterious technique was too strange. It created a god in the golden vortex, and it walked on the bodies of golden arhats and bodhisattvas. It was very strange and wild. What kind of opportunity did she have? Her actual combat ability is definitely far higher than the Tao Palace. What happened to her? Yi Fan did not do anything. He did not want to alert the enemy. He wanted to lure Hua Yunfei out. This person had hidden too deeply, and there was not a single clue until now. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Every time there was a flash flood, there might be one or two ancient coffins rushing out from the mountains. It was not a rare sight in the area. Yi Fan cultivated along the way, and he appeared and disappeared in the Qinling Mountains. He was observing the mountains and rivers, looking for rare materials that he could use when comprehending the Great Path. In the past half a month, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles. He had already found 8 ancient coffins in the veins, and all of them were the corpses of holy lords. They had rotted for who knew how many years, and even their weapons had rotted away. The oldest person was actually 180,000 years old. There were some clear engravings in the jade coffin, and it was an imperial lord from back then. However, he did not find a single drop of strange marrow. He had gone deep into the belly of who knew how many mountains, and he had seen dragon chi, but he could not find marrow. There is a shocking dragon crawling in this million-mile Qinling Mountains, and there must be a peerless divine marrow. It is just that this area is too big, Yi Fan frowned. He stood in the sky and looked down at the vast Qinling Mountains. It was so vast that it was impossible to see the end, but he could see the shocking dragon chi condensing. This chi was very special. Only those who had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master could see it. It was actually a dragon that was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and it was too majestic. No wonder there are so many ancient mausoleums in the Qinling Mountains. This dragon is just too big, and it contains endless life force. There must have been people from the ancient times who came here to die after seeing this secret. The dragon vein was too big, and it was difficult to determine where the precious marrow was. Moreover, there were many fake dragons entangled here, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. There must be a fantasy-level divine marrow that is comparable to an undying medicine. It has most likely transformed into a living creature a long time ago. Yi Fan deduced. It was another quiet night. The full moon hung in the sky, and the great earth was silvery white. It was as if there was a thin layer of smoke curling about. Yi Fan had searched for more than half a month, but he still hadn't found anything. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the depths of the Qinling Mountains, and he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Qin sect. Oh, suddenly, a sound that was like the cry of a bird and the howl of a wolf could be heard. The mountains all shook. Boom, boom, in the distance, more than 10 great mountains were all smashed to pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the divine moon in the sky. How powerful are these creatures? Yi Fan's expression changed. A strange bird flickered with green light all over its body. Its body was like an azure peng, but it had a wolf's head. It was over 100 zhang long, and the sound was precisely made by it. Ancient mutant, night heavenly wolf. Roar, another loud roar sounded, and a rumbling sound came from another mountain range. A giant silver ape that was over 100 zhang tall walked over, trampling a few short mountain ridges. As soon as the two creatures saw each other, it was as if they had great enmity. They threw themselves at each other, and green light and silver light surged. The sound of the collision shook violently, and more than 10 nearby mountain peaks were all flattened. Yi Fan was astonished. These were two strange beast kings, and even a divine lord would find it difficult to subdue them. Their strength was extremely tyrannical. What are they fighting over? Pung! In the distance, half of a majestic mountain collapsed, and a tattered bronze carriage sped out. It was pulled by several ceramic horses, and it looked rather strange. Behind it, an old man wearing an ancient dragon robe and a rusty dragon crown drove the carriage. His face was deathly gray, and there was no sign of life. An ancient emperor turned into a corpse king, and it's driving a carriage for someone. Yi Fan was quite astonished. Inside the tattered bronze carriage, there was a little person that was about a foot tall. Its entire body was purple, and it was flowing with light. It was very strange. He was helping someone make an advertisement for the heaven and earth splitting finger. The ancient city was filled with boundless cypress trees, and the endless clouds were connected to Chu Tian. At the end of the alleyway was a vast mansion, and the ancient halberd was desolate. The grave at the corner of the wild river was actually the burial place of Xiang Scar Chizu. Chapter 619. A silver plate hung high in the sky as the bright moonlight sprinkled down on the ground. The great creatures in the Qinling Mountains had stopped fighting. A small silver waterfall fell in the distance. It was exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. It was relatively far away and the sound wasn't loud, giving people a sense of tranquility and beauty. Yi Tianlang was over 300 meters long. His entire body was covered in flickering green feathers. He was no different from an azure gold peng. Only his head was sinister and his white teeth were dense. He landed on a cliff. The 100-meter-tall silver ape was like a mountain. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Each time it did so, it surged like a tide. The silver fur on his body flickered with light. The tattered bronze carriage flew into the air and hovered there motionlessly. It was enveloped by the moonlight and emitted a thin layer of smoke. In the distance, a deep hiss could be heard. A brightly colored spider crawled over. It was 4 to 5 meters tall. Its body seemed to be carved from multicolored jade, sparkling and translucent. One didn't need to think to know that this was a strange insect king. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to survive its bite and would definitely die immediately. In another direction, a skinny old monk walked over on the moon. His entire body was golden as if it was cast from gold. It was obvious that he had cultivated the golden Arhat body to an extremely high realm. He wore a rotting monastic robe on his body. This old monk didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. He had cultivated the 10-meter-6 golden body of Buddha. His entire body flickered with golden light. In reality, he had died many years ago and was now only an ancient corpse. However, he had already gained intelligence and became a corpse cultivator. It was obvious that this kind of existence wouldn't live for long. One day, he would die under the wrath of the heavens. Yi Fan was speechless. He hid in the distance and used the heavenly origin divine technique to hide his aura. He became one with the mountain range and watched in silence. This was too strange. Why were the 5 giants gathered here? He could clearly feel that these creatures were extremely powerful. They could only be stronger than peak divine lords. Their cultivation was profound, and it was unknown how many years they had cultivated in the Qinling Mountains. The strange marrow belongs to me. The silver ape emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. When its eyes opened and closed, 2 beams of silver light shot into the sky. It was hard to imagine how vigorous its essence was. With a hiss, the multicolored spider that looked like it was carved out of jade emitted soul fluctuations. It swallowed and spat out multicolored light. The moonlight in the sky connected with it, insisting that the wondrous essence belonged to it. On the other side, the Zhang's 6 golden body old monk, even though he was all skin and bones, his strength was great. He sat on a cliff, white light spitting out from his mouth, chanting an ancient scripture. A giant Buddha appeared out of thin air and appeared behind him. Golden Buddha light shone brightly, as if it wanted to deliver all living beings from suffering. Buddhist chants resounded throughout the world. Although the old monk was dead, he still had Buddhist magical powers, and they were quite pure, causing the other big shots to be deeply fearful. Stop fighting. The treasure marrow was born for me. In the shabby bronze chariot, the 1-foot-tall purple person opened his mouth. His spiritual waves were extremely powerful, causing the waterfall in the distance to stop temporarily. Its spiritual force undulated like an ocean, suppressing all fluctuations and causing the old monk's chanting to almost stop. Among the 5 giants, it and the old monk were the most powerful. Even the one driving its carriage was the corpse of an emperor master. Its purple body was translucent and extremely terrifying. What kind of creature is this? Yi Fan was the most interested in it. At first, he thought it was the fantasy-level divine marrow, but it wasn't the case. Shi Zhongyu, you still have 500 years to live. Your time is still far away. Why do you want to fight with us? Yi Tianlang growled, his green feathers fluttering. Yi Fan was shocked. That tall little purple figure was formed from a piece of purple jade. This was a rare treasure, a world-shocking divine object created by an ancient saint as a sacred weapon. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. In the distant ancient times, even the sages couldn't find it. That was why the weapons left behind could only be passed on for 50 to 100,000 years before they were destroyed. This is a divine item. Even the ancient sages were tempted by it. However, it has gained intelligence and turned into a human form. Yi Fan's eyes were burning. The 1-foot-tall purple person was even more valuable than the dragon marrow. If it was auctioned, it would definitely shock the divine dynasties. However, now that it had cultivated successfully, its strength was no weaker than a peak-level emperor. It was impossible to suppress it. It was simply courting death to have any ideas about it. It still has 500 years to live. If it can't break through, its divine will scatter and become a precious treasure loved by the sages again. It was foreseeable that there would be no resistance when they came to take it 500 years later. As long as they remembered this area, they would definitely be able to find it. At that time, it would be purely a divine item. Seize it with your own ability, the giant silver ape said. With a "pa" sound, a huge mountain collapsed with a slap. The other creatures all growled. The light in their eyes flickered. Then, they all stood there motionless as if they had been petrified. Yi Fan didn't understand. He had learned the origin divine technique and had repeatedly observed the terrain. He didn't see any precious marrow. How did these powerful creatures determine it? What did they find? At midnight, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Under the bright moonlight, it spread especially far and wide. Even the mountains were shaking. In the distance, draconic energy pervaded the air from the mountain peak with a silver waterfall. A streak of green multicolored light rushed out, drawing upon the splendor of the stars and moon. They connected together like a great soaring dragon. I understand now. The ancestral root of Qinling Mountains is alive and can move everywhere. Today, there is a dragon soaring underground. It seems like these 5 giants have already seen this kind of scene. Several powerful creatures rushed forward together, arriving in front of the main peak in an instant. Each of them reached out a large claw and slammed down. Hong! This majestic mountain split apart and fell onto the ground. If it wasn't for them controlling their power, there would definitely be nothing left of this mountain. This mountain would inevitably turn into ashes. There was a dragon cave at the bottom of the mountain. Green light rushed into the heavens like a haze pervading the air. Draconic energy overflowed, creating an expanse of fragrance. It really is like this. The moving dragon vein rushed out from the earth vein today to absorb the power of the stars and moon. Yi Fan said to himself. Pang, pang. The 5 giants exchanged blows. Within a range of 10 or so li, all of the mountain ranges were like paper. They turned into dust under their power, and not a single mountain remained standing. Yi Fan was horrified. These creatures were even more terrifying than he had imagined. That place became a sea of divine light, submerging everything. He operated the origin divine eyes and looked at that dragon cave through the 5 types of divine light. Green light flickered, and a dark green stone basin appeared beside it. There were 6 drops of divine liquid inside. They were dark green like agate, and a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. Every single drop was the size of a lychee without a trace of impurities. The dark green color bewitched one's mind, and they unexpectedly released waves of tsunami-like sounds. High-grade dragon marrow, its quality is even higher than the purple dragon marrow I've seen before. The fragrance was strong and seeped into one's bones. The dragon underground had long escaped, only leaving behind these dark green precious marrows. They illuminated the entire sky with a green luster. This truly is a rare treasure. These 6 drops of divine liquid are comparable to the past 36 drops. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his eyes shone brightly. The 5 giants fought fiercely. Every time someone tried to grab the jade basin, they would be attacked by the others. They restrained each other, and no one could get close. They were all fighting on the side, surrounding the dark green wondrous marrow. They were very careful with their strength, and no one dared to attack the jade basin. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He operated a genesis technique and became one with the earth vein. He concealed his aura, and submerged himself into the ground. He used the line art to rapidly approach the dragon cave. This was the Yuan Taoist master's method. As long as there were no creatures in the way, he could walk through the earth vein with unbelievable speed. He was riding on dragon chi. Yi Fan held his breath and appeared below the dragon cave. He then leaped up and stretched out a giant golden hand to grab the 6 drops of divine liquid. Roar! The 5 giants were enraged. They never thought that someone would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and snatch the strange marrow from their hands. They all unleashed their monstrous magic power and attacked. Yi Fan moved at top speed, flying through the earth vein like a beam of light. If he was caught now, he would definitely die without a burial place. None of the 5 giants were easy to deal with. A long whistle that made one's scalp numb came from afar. The jade and stone, which was regarded as a treasure by ancient sages, was chasing at top speed. The foot-tall purple dwarf was dazzling all over, and its whistle shook countless earth veins. Boom! It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of purple jade divine light. This was the essence chi it was born with, and it was the most terrifying. It broke 81 earth veins in a row, and rushed dozens of miles, almost catching up to Yi Fan. So powerful. Yi Fan's expression changed. He operated the line art to the extreme, turning into a beam of light. He used a genesis technique to open a path, and traversed through the earth vein. Bang! A strand of innate purple chi erupted from the earth vein. It was like the creation of the world, collapsing dozens of mountains on the surface, let alone the underground world. Pfft! Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even someone as strong as him was injured. His body shook violently, and his blood and chi churned. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. Fortunately, after taking this attack, the innate purple chi didn't catch up, and Yi Fan was left some distance behind. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. The opponent was too powerful. Oh, not good. The old monk also caught up. A giant Buddha appeared in front of him, and it was 10 times faster than the monk. Buzz! The golden Buddha opened his hand, and a Buddha's hand seal slammed down. The earth vein collapsed continuously, and the ground undulated like a raging sea. The mountains were all destroyed, and nothing could stop it. The Buddha's hand seal slammed down, but it didn't hit its target. It only brushed past Yi Fan, and he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his internal organs were all injured, and his bones were almost broken. He was shocked. This Buddha was too powerful. Even if it was a powerful figure, his body would definitely be shattered after taking that blow. How terrifying was this old monk's cultivation when he was alive? Yi Fan didn't dare to stop. This was the first time he felt the threat of death. The 2 giants behind him were too powerful, and he couldn't fight them at all. Suddenly, the purple clouds trembled, and the strand of innate purple chi rushed over again. The jade and stone wasn't that fast, but the innate purple chi it spat out was extremely fast. Pfft! Yi Fan was only brushed by the tip of the purple chi, and he didn't get hit directly. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his left shoulder was cracked. He was shocked. No wonder the ancient saints used this divine item to refine weapons. The innate purple chi contained in it was too powerful. Even a saint lord would be smashed to pieces. Amitabha. A Buddha's name was heard, and the golden Buddha caught up again. He was 10 times faster than the old monk, and the Buddha's hand seal slammed down again. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying by the golden light. His spine was cracked, and other parts of his body were fractured. This was the combination of the power of laws and power, and it created the Phantom of Amitabha. It was one of the most powerful demon-subduing techniques of Buddhism. Yi Fan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and he paid a heavy price. These 2 gods were unimaginably powerful. His body was torn apart, and he gritted his teeth to increase his speed. He took a few more hits, and finally got rid of the golden Amitabha and the innate purple chi after a quarter of an hour. He only stopped after running for thousands of miles. I've encountered the purple jade king that even the ancient saints were tempted by. It's too terrifying. I'll deal with you in the future. Damn it, he even summoned the Phantom of Amitabha. What was that damned monk's identity when he was alive? Yi Fan cursed. His sacred body was almost cracked, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. This was the most serious injury he had suffered in a fight since he started his cultivation. At this time, he was half dead. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have become a pile of mud. This kind of attack was enough to turn the bodies of more than 10 saint lords into dust. Only he could withstand it. This was the price of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Yi Fan was almost killed by the 2 giants, and he immediately swallowed a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. He then circulated the Nirvana scripture and Miao Yi taught him. Endless golden blood chi burned, and his bones crackled. This lasted for 2 hours before he opened his eyes. His bones had connected, and the cracks had disappeared. 6 drops of dragon marrow were rolling in the small cauldron made of mutton fat jade. They were as big as a dragon's eye, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard, illuminating half the sky with a green luster. This kind of precious marrow is extraordinary. 1 drop is equivalent to 6 drops from before. It's a rare high-grade one. The injuries this time were worth it. I can enter the 5th transformation now. Yi Fan was delighted. Although he had narrowly escaped death and was almost killed by the 2 giants, the harvest was also great. These drops of rare and precious marrow were priceless. Not long after, he returned to the eastern region of the Qin sect. He quietly recuperated for a few days, recovering his body to its peak state, and then left. This time, he began his seclusion. He had to break through continuously. Seeing the scene of Li Xiaoman cultivating, he felt a kind of pressure. Hua Yunfei would definitely be even more terrifying. In the recent months, he had been comprehending the Tao. Now, with the help of the dragon marrow, everything was much smoother. The 6 drops of dragon marrow contained fragments of the great Tao laws, as expected, were 6 to 7 times more than before. Half a month later, Yi Fan came out of seclusion and set off. He traveled 100,000 miles before stopping. He then quietly observed for 2 days, and only after seeing that there were no abnormalities did he begin the tribulation. This tribulation was very vast, but it could not stop Yi Fan. He refined the myriad Qi cauldron, baptized the small golden person formed from his sea of consciousness, and tempered his body. After a few hours, he successfully entered the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. Powerful, I've taken another big step forward. Divine light curled around Yi Fan's body. Every inch of his flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling and translucent splendor, containing boundless and terrifying divine power. He flew deeper into the Qin mountains, observing the terrain. He believed that there would definitely be fantasy-grade marrow that was comparable to the immortal medicine. 2 days later, Yi Fan heard the sound of thunder. The sound was very loud, and the mountains trembled. There are no dark clouds, and the sky is clear. Someone is undergoing tribulation. He was shocked. There were not many people in the present world who could undergo tribulation. He quickly flew forward, and vaguely, he felt a kind of anticipation. A huge lake appeared in the middle of the mountains. Yi Fan saw an ancient stone tablet with 3 words engraved on it, Celestial Transformation Pool. The place where Emperor Qin was born. The Immortal Transformation Pool was a legend. Many people said that it might not necessarily exist. He did not know if he had seen the real Immortal Transformation Pool. Who is undergoing tribulation in the Immortal Transformation Pool? Chapter 620. The lake was extremely large and misty. It was unknown just how vast it was, and the end couldn't be seen. In the surroundings, ancient trees were like dragons, some even taller than the mountains. The grass was flourishing, and the fragrance of spiritual medicines wafted through the air. It was full of vitality. Many old vines were terrifyingly thick, winding from one mountain to another. Yi Fan was apprehensive. He didn't know if this was the real immortal transformation pond. That cracked stone tablet seemed to be quite old, probably 10,000 years old. The characters on it were like blades and dragons. There was actually such a vast lake amidst the endless mountains. The waves were endless and boundless, just like an ocean. After so many years, people had seen many immortal transformation ponds in the millions of li of Qinling mountains. Some were as small as a well, while others were boundless. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. There were many legends about the immortal transformation pond. In ancient times, there were immortals who ascended, and later on, it was said that the Azure Emperor was born within. It naturally drew the attention of the people of the world. This great lake contained spiritual beauty. The lake was connected to the sky, and the mist was hazy. Green lotuses flickered within, emerald-like multicolored clouds. Moreover, there were strange beasts moving about in the water, their horns and scales dense. In the depths of the lake, deafening thunder resounded like a mountain torrent or a tsunami. It was as if it had become one with the sound of the absolute beginning. Yi Fan moved forward while sticking close to the surface of the lake. After walking for several dozen li, he finally saw a terrifying scene. The sky was filled with lightning and bloody radiance, completely submerging the sky above the great lake. Several dozen people are crossing tribulation. His expression became sluggish. There were more than 30 figures in the endless sea of blood lightning. It was incomparably strange. Of course, what shocked him even more was that the power of this heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was many times greater than the lightning tribulation Yan Yun had experienced, and it wasn't much smaller than what he had experienced. Who are these people? Yi Fan was quite shaken. Every bolt of lightning from this terrifying great tribulation shattered the void. This kind of heavenly tribulation was extremely bitter. It was mostly made up of blood-colored lightning, like a sea of blood. Moreover, chaotic radiance would flow within from time to time. Great Yin True Tribulation, Great Yang True Tribulation, Great Earth Fire Wind Water Tribulation, Undying Phoenix Tribulation. Thunderstorms surged in the sky, and all kinds of lightning tribulations appeared within the blood-colored sea of lightning. What a powerful heavenly punishment. This is clearly planning on erasing everything, not allowing the person crossing tribulation to succeed. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was almost comparable to the tribulation he had experienced. One has to understand that his physique was close to undying. Among the younger generation, his physical strength was unparalleled, and that was why he could endure such heavenly punishment. What kind of people were trying to break through here? Yi Fan observed carefully. Within the boundless sea of lightning, there were 32 figures. They were covered in dazzling splendor as they resisted the great heavenly tribulation. Why are there so many people? The lightning was extremely intense and incomparably dazzling. Those people all felt as if their bodies were in the sun, blazing brilliantly. It was very difficult to look straight at them. Yi Fan focused his attention. His eyes shone with divine light as he saw the faces of some people. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The people he saw were too strange. Their clothes were all different, and there were men, women, young, and old. They belonged to different dynasties and periods. Who are these people? Are they a group of malicious spirits crossing tribulation? There were more than 30 figures, every single one of them incomparably strange. There was an old Daoist dressed in tattered clothes, as if he had just emerged from the earth. There was a decaying aura around him. There was also an emperor wearing a dragon crown mottled with rust, as if he had just crawled out from an ancient tomb. There was also a heavenly lady dressed in heavenly silkworm divine silk clothes, but unfortunately, her clothes were about to rot. There was even an arhat dressed in a tattered kasaya. His body was shriveled, yet it looked like it was cast from gold. It was said that there were many ancient tombs beneath Qinling Mountains. Could it be that this was a group of ancient experts that became ancient corpses and crawled out from their tombs to cross tribulation? No matter how one looked at it, these people couldn't be from the same era. Their old clothes had almost rotted away, as if they were a group of living fossils that had just been unearthed. This really is strange. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Everything he saw was a bit inconceivable. He could see more than 10 people. The others were in the depths of the sea of lightning, only indistinct figures visible. These people's clothes were all from over 10,000 years ago. He even saw an old emperor wearing a purple gold crown that was similar to the one from 50,000 years ago recorded in the ancient books. It could be said that it was so ancient that it made one dizzy. There were more than 10 figures in the center of the sea of lightning. Although they were indistinct, one could see that they were wearing modern clothes. One of them was actually dressed like a prince of an eternal divine dynasty. Crossing tens of thousands of years, from the modern era to the ancient era, how did these people come together and cross the tribulation together? It's almost similar to the Great Tribulation I experienced. Under such violent and terrifying lightning, these people's clothes shouldn't have been preserved. Yi Fan activated his divine eyes of origin and observed carefully. He looked through the void, directly at the source, and finally saw the truth. They are formed from the source of essence energy, not their true bodies. Yi Fan was shocked. His eyes shot out 2 beams of cold lightning. He began to search for the 33rd person. He must exist, and the others were led by him. There are ancient emperors, divine monks, old Daoists, and there are also the princes and heavenly ladies of the current divine dynasty. What a great deal! Finally, he found the 33rd person at the center of the sea of lightning. At this moment, he was in a very strange state. His entire body had merged into the void, and a black vase was suspended above his head. As expected of a cultivator of the heaven-devouring demonic art. He actually devoured so many people, Yi Fan's heart trembled. There were so many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. This person found so many undying ancient corpses and only absorbed a bit of the source energy from each one. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, many heroes of the current era were killed by him and their source energy was seized. This was an unimaginably great enemy. No wonder the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Hua Yunfei, we meet again. Yi Fan stood in the distance with an indifferent expression. After coming to the Qinling Mountains for so long, he finally found this terrifying enemy. In the Sea of Lightning, Hua Yunfei merged with the heaven and earth. Just like before, even when facing the lightning tribulation, he still appeared incomparably ethereal like a banished immortal. Tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations struck down, and he did his best to resist. The vase above his head swallowed and spat out electricity, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. This was a man that even women would be jealous of. His complexion was as fine as jade, and he was excessively handsome. He was otherworldly like a reincarnated immortal. 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's cultivation speed was somewhat frightening. 2 days ago, he experienced a terrifying tribulation and only advanced to the 5th transformation. His progress was already very fast, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a frightening speed as well. Back then, in the southern region of the eastern wasteland, he fought Hua Yunfei. At that time, he was at the 2nd level of the 4 extremes secret realm, and Hua Yunfei was at the 1st transformation of the dragon transformation. There was a difference of 3 levels between the two. And now, a few years had passed. Yi Fan advanced by leaps and bounds and advanced all the way to the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. It could be said that he was at his peak and had great luck these few years. However, Hua Yunfei was not inferior to him. He was still higher than him by 3 levels, and his speed was similarly terrifying. Yi Fan had many fateful encounters in these few years. He was rushing forward like he was flying. It was difficult for others to have his speed, but Hua Yunfei did it. He similarly advanced 1,000 miles in a day. A terrifying 8th transformation of the dragon transformation, and the tribulation he experienced was not much weaker than Yi Fan's. This was truly shocking. The heaven-devouring demonic art was indeed terrifying. The entire world was a medicinal cauldron. As long as it was an expert, it could devour their origin to strengthen oneself. With such a method, it was impossible for one not to soar to the heavens. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. Thus, every time it advanced, it was a destructive tribulation. The heavens wanted nothing more than to strike him into ashes. Such a boundless sea of lightning was almost comparable to a divine body. I have killed my way through, and even the heavens are forcing me. After cultivating this demonic art, as long as I don't die, it will be difficult for me not to become stronger. Yi Fan sighed softly. Using this technique to prove one's Tao, the experience was too frightening. This path would definitely be filled with countless dangers, and only those who could amaze the world would have a chance of surviving. No wonder people predicted that as long as Hua Yunfei did not die, he would be able to move unhindered in the world in 10 years and cause chaos in the 5 regions. According to his current progress, it would definitely come true. In a short 3 years, Hua Yunfei had already obtained the origin of 32 experts. Among them, 11 were ancient strange corpses, and 21 were the current generation's elites. At this moment, Hua Yunfei was undergoing the tribulation. The essence of those who were devoured overflowed and manifested as their true bodies. They were undergoing the tribulation together. Such a powerful tribulation, yet he could actually withstand it and successfully pass it. It's nearing the end. Yi Fan did not enter the lightning tribulation because he had just succeeded in breaking through. Even if he rushed in now and attracted his own tribulation, he would only suffer the lightning strikes for nothing. It was impossible for him to advance another level. Moreover, Hua Yunfei was able to withstand this kind of tribulation. Even if he attracted a stronger sea of lightning, he would most likely not be able to kill him. If this continues, no one will be able to stop him in the future. When he obtains the origin of the various physiques, he will definitely be invincible in the world. In the present world, all kinds of elites and kings were like stalks of immortal herbs. Hua Yunfei cultivating this kind of heavenly technique was equivalent to picking divine herbs in the mortal world. Yi Fan stepped on the surface of the lake and arrived in the air step by step. He closed in on the dissipating sea of lightning. Since they had met, a life and death battle was unavoidable. Whoosh! When the last bolt of lightning disappeared, all the essence returned to Hua Yunfei's body. The emperor in the tattered dragon robe and the goddess in the colorful robe all disappeared. Yi Fan stood tall and handsome. His black hair was thick and his eyes were clear. He swung the god-striking whip and smashed the sky. It was as if he was swinging a river of stars. It was as if an ancient holy spirit had appeared again. Dang! Hua Yunfei held a phoenix wing gold-plated hoe in his hand and blocked it directly. A terrifying sound like a tsunami rang out. The lake below boiled and the mountains in the distance collapsed. The two of them met. Just the first strike had already created an extremely terrifying scene. Brother Yi, we meet again. Hua Yunfei had already changed into a set of blue clothes. He looked elegant and noble with a peaceful smile. Yes, it's a small world. Actually, we can totally sit down and have a chat. It doesn't have to be a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei's sleeves fluttered and he looked ethereal like an immortal. Haven't you always wanted to devour the origin of my holy body? Yi Fan walked forward step by step. Times have changed. You and I have almost become the common enemy of the world. Why don't we work together? There's no need to fight to the death. Yi Fan smiled and said, work together with me to kill people and obtain the origin of your holy body? Then you will devour me in the end? I have always yearned for the ancient scriptures of the ruthless great emperor. Let me have a good look at the various unparalleled holy techniques. Brother Yi, today is not 3 years ago. I have no scruples. If we go all out, it's hard to say who will live and who will die, Hua Yunfei said indifferently. Chapter 621. The sea of lightning dispersed and the heavenly tribulation disappeared. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air. He was incomparably calm and had a confident smile on his face. The great lake below was misty with boundless blue waves. It was very peaceful and there were no cries of birds or roars of beasts. There were only faint ink paintings. Hua Yunfei was a smart person and didn't continue speaking. It was useless to say more. It was impossible for the two of them to drink and chat merrily. They could only fight to the death. Brother Yi, you came from the outside world. That place really makes one yearn for it. I hope that one day I can go there. Hua Yunfei revealed a faint smile. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Did Li Xiaoman tell everyone everything? However, he had no fear now. He had already grown up. So what if everyone in the world knew about him? He could go anywhere and no one could stop him. At this moment, Hua Yunfei made his move decisively. He purposely let Yi Futian's emotions fluctuate and became absent-minded for a moment. He seized the initiative and immediately displayed his most powerful attack. Boom! He formed seals with both hands and slapped them forcefully. A huge black hole appeared and directly swallowed Yi Fan. He displayed the heaven-devouring demonic art in his first attack. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. His black hair was disheveled and he immediately used unparalleled saint techniques. The mountain-embracing imprint, human king imprint, and heaven-overturning imprint were all unleashed in succession. This was a world-shocking ancient technique that evolved the 3 imprints of heaven, earth, and man. It was based on the human and represented the will of the world. It could suppress all worlds and sweep away all deities. In that instant of eternity, ancient chanting and sacrificial sounds rang out. It was like an immortal war song that pierced through the boundless void and conquered all worlds. Dong! Yi Fan stepped out. His entire body's essence energy surged and the black hole behind him collapsed. However, it was frantically plundering his golden blood energy and swallowing everything. Bang! This was the first time he struck out with the 3 great ancient imprints in succession. They were incomparably profound and connected internally. The power was frighteningly great. It was as if he was opening up a world. The black hole collapsed and every inch of Yi Fan's body became sparkling and translucent. Boundless divine force flowed out as he used the 3 great imprints to open up a path and finally broke free. Boom! Yi Fan's golden hand reached out, uprooting an island in the middle of the lake. He combined it with the embracing mountain seal and struck downwards, drawing support from the vast power of the earth. Hua Yunfei was calm and unruffled. He pointed with his finger, and a black light appeared, turning the mountain into dust. The dust merged into a large black crack. Yi Fan was shocked. After not seeing him for 3 years, this person was indeed unfathomable. This was a great enemy of life and death. It was hard to predict who was stronger and who was weaker. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends upon the world. Hua Yunfei shouted softly. Transparent flower petals fell one after another, descending from the sky. Each petal was engraved with the marks of the great Tao, and each petal could cut down a mountain. Above the lake, there were patches of pure white and crystalline. Hua Yunfei floated like an immortal, standing on a 1-meter-long flower petal. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his skin glistened. Yi Fan felt as if a knife was scraping his bones. He felt a kind of pressure, and his entire body was about to break apart. A rain of flowers filled the air. Each petal was a flower of enlightenment, and they were engraved with Hua Yunfei's imprint. At this moment, beams of light of the great Tao fell from the petals like thousands of waterfalls. Rumble. The world was filled with resplendent light. With a single thought, flowers bloomed, and the imprint of the great Tao fell, obliterating everything in its path. Dang! Yi Fan executed the battle saint art. Golden fists, dragon imprints, and even the sun and moon moved. He collided with each petal and came into contact with each beam of light of the great Tao. The world was filled with blinding light. After 3 years, Yi Fan fought Hua Yunfei once again, clashing head-on with his unparalleled divine techniques. Yi Fan, I am looking forward to your origin. Endless petals rained down, and each and every petal was sparkling. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Each petal was engraved with his imprint. Walala. A cool breeze blew. At a glance, the sky was filled with Hua Yunfei's figures. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies he had manifested. Time seemed to have returned to 3 years ago. It was the same move again, but this time it was many times stronger than before. It displayed the true essence of the unparalleled divine technique. There was an indescribable pressure and a destructive aura. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Black Emperor had once said that the ruthless Great Emperor had created a divine technique. With a single thought, flowers bloomed. Every single one of them could transform into a true body. It was an unparalleled killing technique. Yi Fan's expression was serious. His hands moved, and he used the battle saint art to execute the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang diagram appeared, and he arched his body like a dragon as he instantly rushed out. Boom! An intense collision occurred. The waves of the lake soared into the sky. On the shore far away, a large portion of the mountain peak collapsed. The two clashed violently. It was a tit for tat. Yi Fan shattered the petals that filled the sky and killed the millions of Hua Yunfei. Only his original body was left standing on the petals. The dragon-shaped Tao mark of the Taiji diagram was unable to kill the enemy in front of him. Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. Ever since he used the battle symbol art to execute this technique, he had been successful in every endeavor. There was no enemy he could not kill. Today, although he was as strong as before, he only broke the other party's divine technique and was unable to kill him. Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered, and he revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly calmed down and took the initiative to attack, charging towards Yi Fan. 10,000 transformations sacred art. He displayed another divine technique that could seize the power of the heavens and earth. No matter what kind of secret technique it would be turned into ordinary. It could turn the miraculous into the rotten. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Although he had seen it before, he still felt a huge pressure. The 10,000 transformations sacred art affected all of his techniques. It was worthy of being the mystical technique created by Emperor Ruthless. It possessed inconceivable power and could endlessly weaken the opponent's battle prowess. It countered all the divine techniques in the world, turning them into ordinary things. Yi Fan was not having a good time. If it were not for the 9 secrets and the battle symbol art activating the various divine techniques, he would have been defeated long ago. Even when he executed the battle's sacred art, he was slightly suppressed. The 10,000 transformations sacred art was known as an unrivaled mystical technique. It was not without reason, it was the crystallization of the ancient emperors. At this moment, Yi Fan could not hold back anymore. He used all his secret techniques at the same time, using the battle symbol art to derive them. Boom! Boundless murderous intent burst forth. For the first time, Yi Fan executed the various killing techniques of the celestial court. He executed the line symbol art, and his entire body turned into a field of light, unleashing countless killing techniques. Hua Yunfei also used all of his techniques. Unheard of and unseen mystical techniques were used frequently. They were all supplemented by the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle, fighting from the depths of the lake all the way to the shore. The 10,000 waves were like tsunamis, drowning the entire mountain range. They exerted their strength, causing the towering lake water to recede. The mountain range below them collapsed, like sand castles that couldn't withstand a single blow. A vast area of land was razed to the ground. Yi Fan frenziedly raised his combat prowess, coming into contact with the 8 Forbidden Realm. He was now strong enough to fight against a mid-phase Immortal Foundation expert on the first layer. Hua Yunfei felt a trace of pressure. He took out the phoenix wing gold-plated lion and fought against it, transforming into beams of black light that emitted strange whistling sounds. Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip and unleashed all sorts of secret techniques, clashing head-on with Hua Yunfei. The two of them clashed intensely, fighting unceasingly. Boom! All of a sudden, a mountain range over 20 miles long was sucked into Hua Yunfei's hand. It transformed into a meter-long mountain range and smashed towards Yi Fan, wanting to crush the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Hua Yunfei had already circulated the 10,000 transformations sacred art to the extreme. To think that he would be able to unleash such might. If he reached the peak, he would definitely be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. Bang! He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used his golden fist to meet the attack head-on, smashing heavily onto the 1-meter-long mountain range. Its weight was so heavy that it could even crush the heavens. Boom! Golden light radiated out in all directions. Yi Fan shattered the mountain range, revealing his true form. The mountain range over 20 miles long crumbled as countless rocks and dust fell from the air, causing smoke to billow up into the sky. The battle between the two of them reached the climax. Yi Fan let out a long roar as all sorts of phenomena manifested, wanting to trap Hua Yunfei and fight him to the death. A golden sea of bitterness appeared beneath his feet. A green lotus swayed as primordial chaos revolved around it, accompanying him. There was also a beautiful minor world that appeared, enveloping his body. Boom! Naturally, the first to act was still the immortal king in the air. His gigantic palm was like a mountain, smashing downwards. The immortal king brought along the 9 heavenly layers to suppress Hua Yunfei. His might towered up into the sky, like a true divinity descending to the mortal world. Flying immortal art. Hua Yunfei let out a long roar as his attack power instantly became incomparably shocking. He actually fiercely clashed with the phenomena and took the initiative to rush in. Yi Fan finally saw this secret technique. It was rumored that its attack power was unparalleled. If it was used by the great emperor, it would have the power of the flying immortal. There were no immortals in this world, but it was rumored that the ancient heavenly emperors could display such unimaginable power. They could be said to be unstoppable and unbreakable. Yi Fan's heart jumped, but he took the initiative to retract the phenomena. Since the other party dared to fight in close combat, he could go all out and use his unparalleled divine body to suppress him. They rushed together and fought in close combat. The divine body's physical body was unparalleled, and its attack power was unparalleled. However, the flying immortal art shook both ancient and modern times. It had the power of the flying immortal. Not good. Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. The flying immortal art was peerlessly terrifying and could definitely injure him. However, this was not what made him apprehensive. What made him apprehensive was that Hua Yunfei did not defend and allowed his palm to shatter his body into pieces. However, he also used this opportunity to imprint the flying immortal art on his body. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. Even the unparalleled divine body could not withstand it. His organs were all shattered, his bones and tendons were all broken, and golden blood splattered everywhere. It had to be said that the flying immortal art was even more terrifying than the legends. If it was used by an ancient emperor, it would definitely surpass the limits of the human body, the power of the flying immortal. Yi Fan's body split apart and was tattered beyond recognition. Luckily, he did not turn into minced meat. He did not expect Hua Yunfei to be so ruthless, not hesitating to injure both sides. So ruthless. He did not dare to delay any longer because he knew why the other party dared to do this. He quickly healed his injuries. A phoenix cry shook the 9 heavens. The undying flames burned fiercely. In the distance, the shattered Hua Yunfei's physical body was reassembling and healing rapidly. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. Hua Yunfei had great luck. Other than the inheritance of an ancient emperor, he had also obtained such a heaven-defying technique that had the miraculous effect of 9 deaths and rebirth. Last time, during the Great Battle of the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern region, he had used this technique to escape death. And this time, he was even more thorough. He used this secret technique to be ruthless enough to kill Yi Fan and almost succeeded. Yi Fan's physical body was even more sturdy than a divine lord's. It was almost indestructible. However, the flying immortal art was too terrifying. At this moment, his injuries were extremely serious. Hundreds of his bones were broken, his tendons were all ruptured, and his organs were all shattered. He clenched his teeth and activated the Nirvana Sutra that In Miaoyi had passed to him. At the same time, he activated the secret of all, causing this healing technique to be 10 times stronger. Crack, crack, crack. All the bones in his body quickly healed. Boundless golden blood chi was burning. The Nirvana holy technique consumed one's own blood essence to heal. The strongest part of the divine body was the physical body. It had an inexhaustible divine power. Its blood chi was incomparably vigorous like a vast ocean. The golden blood chi drowned him within. The two of them fought for time and speed. Whoever recovered first would have the absolute advantage. They could forcefully interrupt the other party and kill him. Chapter 622. Golden divine light flowed through Yi Fan's blood, almost boiling. Under the guidance of the Nirvana Sutra, it quickly connected his broken bones and tendons, healing his injured body. Rumble, golden blood flowed, and a tsunami-like roar came from within his body. It was deafening, and the sound was boundlessly vast. Crackle. His broken bones, torn tendons, and other parts were all ringing like thunder. They were constantly being repaired and connected, growing rapidly. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He had not expected Yi Fan's physical body to be so powerful. From this sound, one could imagine how terrifying the power of his bloodline was. Yi Fan did not move. He sat there quietly, calming his heart as he healed. He knew that his opponent had the Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration Technique. It was difficult to find in this world, and it possessed inconceivable power. He would most likely recover before him. At this moment, the all-secret word was continuously activated, becoming one with the Nirvana Sutra. This increased the healing speed by 10 times. Golden blood flowed even faster, rumbling. Each of his bones was softly ringing, and his organs were trembling. He was full of vitality, developing in a good direction. All kinds of power merged into one, speeding up the healing speed. Hua Yunfei had meticulously calculated that the flying celestial art could shatter the divine body. He had the support of the Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration Technique, so he dared to be so ruthless. However, he had not expected Yi Fan to be able to recover so quickly. he was not much slower than him. He knew that his opponent had definitely grasped some kind of holy healing technique, which exceeded his expectations. Boom! The two of them stood up at almost the same time. Hua Yunfei had recovered to his peak state, but Yi Fan still had cracks on his body. His organs and bones had not completely healed, so he had no choice but to stand up. The Nirvana Sutra was the supreme scripture of Western Desert Buddhism. It was a shocking ancient sutra for healing injuries. However, what Yi Fan had obtained was only the essence and not the complete ancient sutra. If not for the assistance of the all-secret word, which allowed the Nirvana Sutra to be 10 times more effective, his body would definitely still be in pieces. At this moment, most of his injuries had healed, but not all of them had healed. This put him in an extremely passive position. Hua Yunfei laughed coldly and shot over like lightning. He immediately executed the flying immortal art. It was extremely horrifying, as though it could split everything and sweep through the holy spirits in the sky. This art was extremely sharp. It was said that Vicious had created it in response to the fighting sutra of the 9 secrets. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Bang! Yi Fan retaliated with the heaven-flipping imprint. The two collided, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down. Divine power surged like an ocean, causing dozens of mountain ranges below to collapse. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful. If others of the same cultivation level were here, they would have long since been turned into ashes, no longer existing. They were not on the same level at all. This was the first time Yi Fan had been in such a passive position. A trace of golden blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. He had to recover as quickly as possible, or else he would be defeated and might even die. It had to be said that the flying celestial art was too terrifying, able to cut down even saint bodies. Divine weapons would immediately turn into powder upon contact. This was the first time Yi Fan felt such fear. Hua Yunfei used all kinds of divine techniques and did his best to resist, but it was difficult for them to be effective. Hua Yunfei used the 10,000 transformations sacred art to deal with it, turning all the miraculous into ordinary. This was a miraculous technique that could be said to be unparalleled in the world. It completely dissolved the enemy's secret technique and returned everything to its ordinary state, making it difficult for one to display its full power. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Right now, only the 9 secrets could be used. The other secret techniques had all been dissolved and could not block this saint technique at all. Hua Yunfei's left hand displayed the flying celestial art, its offensive power shocking the world. His right hand displayed the myriad transformations art, dispelling all obstructions. When the two of them combined, it was like the cry of a dragon and a phoenix, unstoppable. Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken, and he continuously retreated. The flying deity incantation could even injure his divine body, and now, his injured body had yet to recover, so it was extremely strenuous. All of the golden blood aura in his body was mobilized and circulated along with the Nirvana Sutra, giving rise to rumbling sounds as he healed himself. However, because of this, he was unable to display a mysterious phenomenon. At this moment, the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. It was very difficult to block the other party, and he lingered in front of the door of death. Ever since Yi Fan had started his cultivation, he had always been incomparably powerful, especially in battle. He had advanced rapidly all the way, and this was the first time he was in a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by someone's power. What a powerful flying celestial art. It can actually injure my physical body. As expected of the power of the flying celestial. The myriad transformations art is also unparalleled. Apart from the 9 secrets, everything else has been dissolved. His heart trembled, but he did not use the Xing character incantation to escape. Instead, he calmed himself down and thought of a solution in this life and death situation. Until the very last moment, he did not want to escape. Instead, he wanted to comprehend this life and death situation. Not many people dared to have such thoughts. Even in such a situation, he was still thinking of how to comprehend the Tao and create his own technique. The 9 secrets can only be evolved. As Yi Fan healed his injuries, his mind gradually calmed down. His hands slowly moved, and the Tai Chi divine diagram appeared. He used the fighting character incantation to derive it. The fighting character incantation of the 9 secrets was the fundamental art of battle. It possessed supreme profoundness. He calmed his heart and focused his mind to comprehend it. Combining it with the Tai Chi divine diagram, he evolved it step by step. At this moment, his aura changed. It was like a gentle breeze caressing a mountain, like a gentle stream of water dripping through a mountain rock. He began to use the weak to fight against the strong, to resist the flying celestial art. It's useless. The flying celestial art is unparalleled. What can you use to block it? Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal, elegant and otherworldly. However, his attack power was terrifying. Boom! Once the flying celestial art was used, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights between heaven and earth. It was as if someone was using the multicolored light to ascend. This kind of power surpassed the limits of the human body. Pfft! Yi Fan continuously used seals, but he could not block it at all. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm was broken. His body flew backward, and there were 49 mountains below him that were turned into dust by the power of the flying celestial. The ruthless great emperor shocked the past, present, and future. The flying celestial art that he created could destroy all enemies. Its attack power was unparalleled. Back then, he or she used this unparalleled divine art in the Fire Demon Ridge. Just one attack was enough to turn a peerless holy spirit that was comparable to the great emperor into dust. The ancient great emperor represented the highest achievement of the human race. He possessed extreme power, and the flying celestial art that he created surpassed the limits of the human body. He could display the power of the flying celestial, and it could be said that he was unparalleled since ancient times. This art could shatter a holy body. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he circulated the Nirvana scripture even faster. His arms made cracking sounds as they quickly connected. His entire body was covered in golden blood chi. Wang! With a loud sound, the 72 mountains below were turned into dust by the flying celestial art. They were merely brushed by the power of the flying celestial. The peerless attack caused people's hearts to tremble. The flying celestial art in Hua Yunfei's left hand had unparalleled attack power, and the 10,000 transformations art in his right hand could dissolve all secret techniques. The combination of the two was like the harmony of heaven and earth, and the cry of a dragon and a phoenix was unparalleled in this world. Yi Fan retreated again and again, using the traveling character art to contend. He was encountering the most dangerous battle in his life. Every step he took was dangerous, and he could die at any moment. Too powerful. The flying celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art were created by Great Emperor Ruthless to target the 9 secrets. They are truly terrifying, Yi Fan muttered to himself. While resisting, he advanced to a state of emptiness. He constantly deduced the fighting character art and comprehended his own Tao and techniques. At this moment, his movements became more and more fluid. Although he was fighting the strong with the weak, there was a natural charm to it. He was evolving his own great path. Looking at the clouds, the wild geese flying south, and the flowers wilting, his heart was at peace. Every move he made was with his life on the line, but he had a state of mind that transcended the battlefield. Yi Fan seemed to have transcended. There was a kind of unity between heaven and man. His Tao body was natural and ethereal. In the midst of life and death, he forgot himself and moved freely. His Tao and himself were one. The Tai Chi divine diagram rotated. Yi Fan's torso turned into marks of the Tao and became the dividing line of Yin and Yang in the diagram. At the same time, his hands turned into true Yin and true Yang, becoming the 2 points of Yin and Yang. All along, the dragon-shaped curve formed by his torso was the most powerful. Now, his hands also started to evolve, becoming the 2 points of extreme Yin and extreme Yang. Yi Fan fought against Hua Yunfei, fighting the strong with the weak. His body moved more and more mysteriously. Although he was retreating, he was no longer in a dangerous situation. He had reached an extreme sublimation. He experienced a mysterious Tao that was compatible with his body. He silently deduced it, and his movements were like the floating clouds and flowing water. It was very natural, but also like an antelope hanging its horns without a trace. Boom! Suddenly, his body trembled. His injuries were finally healed. Golden blood qi rushed into the sky. At this moment, an idea appeared in Yifan's mind. The golden blood qi all over his body turned into a circle, wrapping around him from head to toe. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the great path resonated. He had advanced to a mystical state. He experienced an unprecedented sense of nature and power. The golden blood qi of his divine body turned into a Tai Chi circle. His torso became the dividing line of yin and yang. His hands became the yin and yang points, and his body became a Tai Chi divine diagram. Hua Yunfei, hand over your life. Yifan shouted. He finally began to launch a swift and fierce attack. He formed a human Dao diagram and flew forward. Boom! Hua Yunfei was incomparably cold. He activated the flying immortal art. The power of flying immortals could break through the heavens, but when it struck the golden circle, it was unable to penetrate even an inch. Shwa! He swept out with the 10,000 transformations art. It could dissolve all divine techniques in the world, returning them to their ordinary state. However, it was still unable to disintegrate the golden circle. Hua Yunfei's heart shook. He knew that Yifan had evolved a divine technique that could shake the world. The golden Tai Chi circle was nearly impossible to break through. At this moment, no technique could touch Yifan. All of the attacks were blocked by the golden circle. He was like a deity walking forward. Pung! At this moment, he attacked. The dragon-shaped curve and the yin and yang points formed by his hands shook together, releasing a horrifying aura. Pooh! Hua Yunfei was unable to block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He revealed a shocked expression. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His right hand grasped out, and the 10,000 transformations art was activated. The dozen or so mountain ranges below were all transformed into foot-long dragons that flew towards Yifan. This was the weight of millions and millions. It turned everything in the world into its own as it pressed forward. Pung! However, in front of the golden Tai Chi circle, all of this was useless. All of it was blocked and turned into dust. It rustled as it fell, filling the sky with dirt and stones. Boom! Hua Yunfei's left hand quickly followed up with the flying immortal art. The dozen or so small dragons instantly disappeared and reappeared before him, striking the Tai Chi circle. However, they were still unable to advance an inch. They were unable to break through. Pung! Yifan lightly shouted. The dragon-shaped curve shook and heavily injured Hua Yunfei, nearly splitting him in half. Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backwards. Chapter 623. The 9 secrets were the highest secret techniques of Taoism. The 9 strange techniques represented the extreme limits of 9 different domains and could not be surpassed. Yifan derived his own techniques and comprehended his own path. The source of all this was the fighting secret word. It was the fundamental art of battle and possessed supreme profoundness. The golden blood in his body boiled and his blood qi rushed out, forming a golden circle that enveloped him from head to toe. He used the fighting secret word to create a Tai Chi circle, and no technique could touch him. Yifan's hands moved, and the 2 yin and yang fishes swam. One was firm and yang, and the other was soft and yin. They intertwined and inhaled the energy of the path. Pung! Yin and yang interacted. His hands shook, and the yin and yang fishes leaped up and flew out of the Tai Chi circle. The 2 fishes inhaled and exhaled the energy of the great path, draining the energy from all directions in an instant. The heaven and earth became dark. Boom! Hua Yunfei was sent flying again. His whole body was covered in blood, but he still could not block it. Cracks appeared on his body, and there was actually a 5-colored radiance flickering. His blood contained 5 lights. The heaven-devouring demonic technique transformed his physique to such a level. Yi Fan was astonished. His great enemy not only had a tyrannical physical body, but even the color of his blood had changed. Hua Yunfei's expression was solemn. His blue clothes were dyed with blood, but he still had a clear temperament. His whole body was dyed with a layer of five-colored divine light, and his eyes were as clear as a small lake. Wang. The heaven and earth trembled, but his heart was calm. He once again used the flying celestial technique, and a power that exceeded the limits of a human body poured out like a silver river. Then, with a rumble, it surged forward violently. Mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, and rubble collapsed the clouds. Once the flying celestial technique was used, the wind and clouds moved, and the heaven and earth lost color. Although he was not a great emperor and could not truly use the power of the flying celestial, it was still incomparably terrifying. On the ground, mountains collapsed one after another, and mountain ridges caved in one after another. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was a great collapse. In the sky, the clouds in all directions were wiped out, all of them scattered by this type of terrifying fluctuations, sweeping through everything. This was the flying celestial technique. Its offensive power could be said to be world-shattering, and anyone who saw it would feel fear and tremble in fear. This was the great emperor's stunning technique. Pung! Yi Fan's body was like a horned dragon. His body was the dividing line of yin and yang within the golden taiji circle. He shook with all his might and shot over like a bolt of lightning, clashing head-on with the flying fairy art. Woo! The wind blew wildly, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire world was covered in dust and sand, and one could vaguely see one mountain after another being swept up into the sky like rice straws. The two of them fought fiercely, causing landslides and tsunamis. It was a scene of the end of the world. Mountains were sent flying into the sky like drifting continents. Boom! The intense collision sent mountain rocks flying in all directions. The great mountain shattered, and not a single mountain peak was able to survive. Under this world-shaking strike, they were all turned into dust. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying, and a wisp of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly stabilized himself. On the other side, Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood flickered with a five-colored brilliance, drenching his clothes. He only stopped after flying 1,000 meters away. Below him, a desert appeared. Not to mention the towering ancient trees, even the mountain ranges had disappeared. They were erased from the earth and turned into a yellow desert. A mountain region with abundant vegetation had lost all signs of life. Not a single blade of grass grew, and it became a barren land. Nothing was left behind. In the distance, large mountains stood tall and lush. For a desert like this to appear in the millions of Qinling mountains, it was indescribably strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. This was the result of the full-power attack of the two great experts. Hua Yunfei was heavily injured again. A phoenix cry came from within his body, shaking the 9 heavens. 5-colored divine flames burned fiercely, and his body recovered once again. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. He did not retreat. Instead, his expression was cold as he attacked again. He used the 10,000 Sacred Transformations technique and surrounded Yi Fan to attack, trying to break through the golden taiji circle. Once the two of them fought, the scene could be said to be astonishing. The great desert below was melted by them. The 5 elements circulated, and the 4 poles collapsed. It was a hazy scene. The 10,000 Sacred Transformations technique was known to be able to transform all the wondrous techniques in the world and break all techniques. However, it was unable to break through the golden taiji circle and was unable to disintegrate this perfectly round mark. However, Hua Yunfei persevered. He had already been heavily injured several times, but he still rushed up again. He continuously attacked and did not look like he was trying to escape. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He knew that the other party had the same thoughts as him just now. They continuously fought and tried to figure out the sacred technique in the midst of life and death battles purely to improve themselves. That's right, he has the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, so he has nothing to fear. Boom! It had to be said that Hua Yunfei's methods were outstanding and his strength was powerful. He reduced the entire mountain range to the size of a pellet and continuously attacked Yifan. It was extremely shocking. He slowly deduced the divine diagram in his heart, thinking of a way to break through it. Let's see how long you can last. Yifan shouted loudly and increased the intensity of his attacks. His entire body rushed over like a curved dragon, continuously shattering 81 great mountains. Dust and sand flew everywhere. The endless mountains of Qinling Mountains trembled as the two of them fought fiercely. From time to time, blood would drip down, flowing with divine radiance. It was a shocking scene. Kill! Yifan lightly shouted. The golden Taiji diagram rotated, and he rushed over like a ray of floating light. His hands turned into a yin and yang fish, and one yin and one yang leaped up at the same time. Boom! Hua Yunfei was sent flying. Many of his bones were broken, and his body was almost completely smashed. 5-colored blood flowed all over his body, and specks of light flickered. What other methods do you have? Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Yifan pressed forward. Golden blood qi took form, and it was perfectly round and naturally formed, protecting his body within. Great Emperor Vicious has never been weaker than anyone in his entire life. He has been unrivaled since ancient times. He created the Flying Deity art and 10,000 transformations art in response to the 9 secrets. They are not weaker than any of them. Today, I cannot suppress you. It's not that the 2 arts are inferior, but rather that I haven't completely comprehended them, Hua Yunfei calmly said. The phoenix cry rang out as he repaired his body. He did not feel the slightest bit depressed, and instead, he was incomparably transcendent. You want to observe my arts and use them to comprehend the Tao? Are you trying to break down my sacred technique? Yifan said, not caring at all. It is still too early to say who is stronger and who is weaker. The Flying Celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art are both unrivaled arts. You will see their terrifying side soon. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's temperament changed. His ethereal temperament was restrained, and a supreme attitude was displayed. His black hair was in a mess, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Boom! A world-destroying aura was emitted, and a monstrous fluctuation appeared in the battlefield. All living beings trembled, and everything in the surroundings trembled. It was as if an ancient emperor had appeared in this world. In the sky above his head, black light flashed and quickly interweaved, forming a black vase. It gradually became clearer and firmer, as if it would never die. Hua Yunfei was like a demonic god, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. He quietly stood in the air, and his eyes were incomparably empty, as if they could devour one's mind. Strands of black light rushed out from the top of his head, forming a vase above his head. The black light flowed, and it was as sparkling and translucent as black jade. It was simple and natural, and its style was not complicated at all. It gave people the feeling that the great Tao was the simplest. It was like the carrier of the Tao, and it could suppress the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Hua Yunfei used his own life force to form the great Tao vase. This was the tangible form of the Tao. In the future, it would be able to gather an immeasurable amount of magical power, and now, it already possessed great divine might. Yifan's heart trembled. He had long heard that the vicious person was the supreme one, and his heavenly arts were incomparably mysterious. He could suppress the ancient deities, and now, all kinds of profound mysteries were being revealed one after another. Hua Yunfei's hands joined together and raised them above his head, forming the great Tao vase imprint. The opening of the vase was where his hands joined together, and it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and at this moment, endless killing intent erupted like a flood. Yifan felt as if 10,000 blades were scraping at his bones. After being struck by the great Tao vase, his entire body felt like it was going to split apart. This was a very strange scene. The vase that flickered with black light faced off against the golden Tai Chi circle. Both of them absorbed the aura of the great Tao, and strand after strand of natural laws interweaved. Boom! At this moment, a heaven-shocking confrontation erupted. They rushed towards each other, carrying out the most terrifying battle. The great Tao vase that flickered with black light suppressed 10,000 worlds. It possessed an undying might, and it swallowed the source of the great world as it suppressed downwards. The golden Tai Chi circle possessed natural Tao laws. Golden light shone resplendently, and it was also the carrier of the unmatched great Tao. It penetrated the heavens and existed eternally, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations. This was a collision of the great Tao, a confrontation of different profound mysteries. Between the two, black light and golden light rushed into the heavens, submerging the world. Nothing existed anymore. The vast desert melted, turning into a red sea. Magma surged, rushing in all directions. In the distance, the great mountains were like rice straws. Terrifying fluctuations swept over, and they all collapsed. They quickly collapsed and were flattened from the great earth. On the other side, the immortal transformation pool surged with mist. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of green ripples completely evaporated. The great lake completely dried up, turning into an enormous heavenly crater. In that instant, the black great Tao vase and the golden Tai Chi circle clashed, and the consequences were too terrifying. It was unknown just how many towering mountains disappeared. Hong! Even further away, great mountains collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust rose tens of thousands of zhang into the air, and the world became dusky. The two people fiercely confronted each other, fighting a life and death battle. The black vase and the golden Tai Chi circle collided for who knew how many times before stopping. The two carriers of the Tao filled the air, and the world immediately calmed down. Golden blood flowed out from the corner of Yifan's mouth. His body continuously moved up and down, and the Tai Chi circle rotated. Its luster did not dim, and it did not break apart. On the other side, the great Tao vase that flickered with black light was sinking up and down. It was not damaged, but it had separated from the top of Hua Yunfei's head and was several hundred zhang away. His body was in tatters, almost shattered. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. If not for the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, this time, Yifan would have killed him. Wang! Hua Yunfei's body shone with black light. At the top of his head, blood energy even more so pierced through the heavens. His body released pai-pa sounds, and the black great Tao vase immediately flew over, suspending above his head. Yifan walked over step by step. He wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It seems like you won't have the chance to devour my origin. Let me send you back to the Pure Land." Hua Yunfei smiled coldly and said, "I value the origin of the divine body more and more. Everything is not over yet." The great Tao vase that was like black jade floated up and down, devouring the origin of the heaven and earth. Rays of black light fell down and submerged him below. These were the laws of the great Tao. In the distance, a beautiful figure saw the result of the battle just now. Li Xiaoman was like a banished immortal in the sky. Her clothes fluttered as she stood on a mountain range. Chapter 624. The great Tao Aquarius was black and sparkling as it floated up and down. It was the carrier of the Tao, and it emitted rays of black light that engulfed Hua Yunfei. These were the laws. At this moment, he was impenetrable. His entire being was as vast as the Tao, and he was becoming more and more unfathomable. The Aquarius protected him, providing him with boundless magic power. Even though this Aquarius had not fully evolved, it already possessed boundless divine might and a sea of magic power. Every time it breathed, it would exchange essence energy with the source of the world. Flying Deity Incantation. 10,000 Transformations Incantation. Hua Yunfei shouted. This time, with the great Tao Aquarius merging with him, he was completely different. The Flying Deity Incantation in his left hand was the main attack, and the 10,000 transformations incantation in his right hand dispelled the opponent's secret technique. The world was peaceful, and the dragon and phoenix roared together. It was far better than before. Once the ripples were released, the mountain range in front of him was turned into powder, no longer existing. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The power of flying deities was frightening. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other secret techniques were useless, and they would all be dispelled by the 10,000 transformations incantation. At this moment, he only used the 9 secrets to support the golden Tai Chi circle. This was a battle of life and death. It had to be said that the current Hua Yunfei, whether in terms of physique or battle ability, could look down on his peers. His future was immeasurable. In this battle of life and death, the two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Many mountains were flattened, and many waterfalls flowed in reverse. Magma surged up from the ground, dyeing the sky red. The golden Tai Chi circle was dazzling. Every time it spun, it was a life and death cycle. It judged the death of others and one's own life. It was incomparably mysterious. On the other side, the great Tao Aquarius became even more mysterious. It derived the laws of the world, and strand after strand fell down, wrapping Hua Yunfei within as it explained the mysteries of the Tao. At this moment, whether it was the flying deity incantation that focused on attack or the 10,000 transformations incantation that dispelled all techniques, they were far better than before. The laws of the world seeped into them, and with the support of the source, they became incomparably terrifying. Hua Yunfei attacked decisively. At this moment, he was cold and merciless. Even though it was only the aftermath of his charge, he only needed to lightly brush it, and the earth became a wasteland. Mountains and rivers turned to powder, and not a single blade of grass grew. Yi Fan's heart jumped. The deity incantation and the 10,000 arts were incomparably mysterious. If he had not used the Tai Chi circle with the incantation, he would most likely would have died. You saint! Bang! The two of them collided. This was a life and death struggle. Both of them suffered from the hidden force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. Yi Fan calmed his mind and concentrated, deriving his own Tao. His entire body was sparkling like 7-colored glass. The Taiji formed a circle, the most fundamental Tao marks, the original trajectory of the great Tao. He breathed in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, sensing the pulse of the entire great world. He became one with this world, becoming the executor of the Tao. Every strike could destroy all methods, every movement the will of the Tao. Bang, bang, the two great experts clashed continuously, each using their unparalleled power Upanishads. They fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire mountain range was in ruins, and it was unknown how many spiritual lands were destroyed. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Many great lakes were emptied. Forget about the lake water instantly evaporating, even the dried-up heavenly pits became deserts. There was nothing that could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The million-li Qinling mountains were vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Otherwise, if they fought their way out, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and countless humans would die. Even though this was the case, many birds and beasts suffered a great calamity. Many of them lost their lives in this world-shaking battle, and they were all buried in the dust along with the collapsed mountains and rivers. In this battle, 3 lakes with the name of the immortal transformation pool had already disappeared. It was not hard to imagine just how vast the scope of their battle was. This was a great calamity. Within the Qinling Mountains, all types of creatures were trembling with fear. When they were far away, they would flee. They were in a constant state of panic, as if they were hiding from the calamity of the apocalypse. The great battle was bitter. Both of them were already injured. Golden blood and multicolored blood continuously fell from the sky. However, their eyes became increasingly cold. Not a single one of them frowned. They fought with no thought of personal safety, fighting endlessly. The great Tao bottle and 10,000 methods descended. Strand after strand merged into one with Hua Yunfei. Black light flowed, making him more and more dangerous. The flying immortal art and 10,000 transformations art were fully displayed. They were like the sun in the sky, perfect and flourishing. Bang, bang, the two of them fought intensely. The corners of their mouths were covered in blood. Both of them flew backwards, and then they rushed at each other again. Even though they were fighting intensely, both of their hearts were calm. At this critical juncture, they were still trying to figure out the other party's Dao. The golden Taiji circle became more and more mysterious. Each time it spun, it was a division of yin and yang, life and death. Yi Fan bathed in the light of life like a deity. He was heroic and imposing, and he controlled the mountains and rivers. Each strike would send out a deathly light that destroyed all things. At this moment, there was an aura of the Absolute beginning pervading the air. It was as if they had returned to the time before the world was created. Everything returned to the primordial state, and what was left was the evolution of the source. Yin and yang energies flowed about. Qi. The Taiji circle spun slightly, shooting out deathly light to attack the great Dao bottle. The decisive battle had reached its final juncture. Bang! The great Dao bottle contained endless magical power. It evolved the natural laws of the heavens and was inextinguishable. It was a perfect divine object. It was only trembling intensely, but it would not be damaged. However, Yi Fan's powerful attacks also achieved results. The great Dao bottle could not be destroyed, but it could be cut off. He used his powerful battle prowess to cut off those strands, wanting to sever the connection between him and Hua Yunfei. Bang! The great Dao bottle finally deviated a bit. It was no longer at the center of Hua Yunfei's head, and he almost flew out. The two of them fought from noon until the sun moved west. Everywhere they passed by was scorched earth, becoming barren. At this moment, the victor was finally decided. Yi Fan continuously attacked heavily, and his killing moves were unceasing. One move after another. Ah, Hua Yunfei cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled. In the end, he still suffered a great loss. He was sent flying by Yi Fan's dragon-shaped Dao mark, and he was almost split in half. Boom! In the distance, a mountain peak collapsed. His body fell there, and 5-colored blood flowed out. However, he quickly stood up from the smoke and dust. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Hua Yunfei was ruthless. He opened his mouth and spat out a star. It was the size of a fist, and it floated above his head. That's right. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Yi Fan also said. He opened his mouth and spat out. An inch-long small black car appeared in his palm. Black light flowed about it, and it looked like a small dragon. Imperial Divine Weapon. It was an invincible precious weapon that could sweep away those of the same level. Unless a saint appeared, if it was in the hands of a divine lord, no one in the 5 regions would be able to contend against it. During the course of the battle, they had already sensed the imperial divine weapons in each other's bodies. They were all on guard against each other. Once such a weapon appeared, blood would flow like a river, and lives would be lost. Above Hua Yunfei's head, the star twinkled. It was the supreme treasure of the profound star peak. It had been sealed before, and in these 2 years, he had unlocked the seals one by one. This was a divine item that had been left behind by the founder of the profound star sect. Legend had it that it was formed from a real star. Some people even said that it was actually a divine weapon that had been passed down for generations, but its fundamental star spirit had been concealed. Boom! The star rotated, and it was as if a world had opened up. A boundless star filled the sky. It was as if they had come to a star region outside of the heavens, and there was only one star that ruled over the heavens. On the other side, the inch-long black chariot in Yi Fan's hand had become dozens of feet long. It was as black as ink, and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. He was already standing on it. This was the chariot that he had taken from Wang Ting's younger brother, that 9-year-old monster. At that time, he had used the 9 divine weapons to subdue it. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Now, he had given the 9 divine weapons to Pang Bo, and this black dragon chariot belonged to him. However, he did not have to worry about the other imperial divine weapons challenging him. In a battle between imperial divine weapons, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. As long as a living being was hit, even if you were a hero, you would not be able to escape death. This was the most terrifying thing. The first clash between the two caused the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles to sink dozens of feet. It was completely flattened. There was no need to mention the mountains on the ground, which immediately turned into dust. Hua Yunfei, you can't do it anymore. Actually, you should have been defeated long ago. You have used the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique continuously, and you are already at the end of your rope. Let me send you on your way. Yi Fan stood on the black dragon chariot and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He was like a celestial king descending to the mortal world. He was incomparably calm as he faced the huge star that suppressed the world. In today's battle, I have indeed suffered a great loss of vitality. The Phoenix Calamity technique consumed most of my source energy, and I will need to rest for a long time. The divine physique truly lives up to its reputation. You are a divine herb of the mortal world. In the future, I will definitely pluck you and refine you in my cauldron. Today, it will be very difficult for you to make me stay. However, I can make you pay a certain price. 5-colored blood flowed out from the corner of Hua Yunfei's mouth, but his battle intent was high. He activated the huge star above his head and pressed it down. He held the phoenix wing golden hoe in his hand and closed in. The huge star that filled the sky sent down tens of thousands of laws. Every strand could kill an expert of the same level. As long as one was hit, it would be very difficult to survive. The black chariot also surged with countless Dao marks. Every one of them was like a true dragon that opened up the void realm, destroying everything and destroying everything. Imperial Divine Weapon versus Imperial Divine Weapon. At the same time, Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip and clashed intensely with the phoenix wing golden hoe in Hua Yunfei's hand. During this process, the golden Tai Chi circle and the great Dao Aquarius also floated up and down. The fighting secret art, moving secret art, flying immortal art, and 10,000 transformations art also appeared. This was a true life and death battle. The two of them used all of their methods and did not hold anything back. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He had made up his mind to make Hua Yunfei stay and not give him a way out. He opened his mouth and spat out essence energy that was like a sea that entered the golden circle. Dang, dang, he brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out hundreds and thousands of times in a breath's time. He could completely split the heaven and earth apart, and all of them smashed onto the phoenix wing golden hoe. The phoenix wing golden hoe was a secret treasure. It was eternally sturdy and could not be destroyed. However, it had endured a limitless amount of divine power and could not become formless. PFFF, PFFF, Hua Yunfei continuously coughed out blood. Half of his body was dyed red and flashed with 5-colored radiance. Even with the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, he could not endure it any longer. It was impossible for him to regenerate endlessly. It would exhaust his origin energy. Dong! Hua Yunfei took out a green copper pagoda that was extremely damaged. It originally had 9 floors, but now, only 5 remained. There was a terrifying pressure coming from it. A damaged king's divine weapon. A divine light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he said, "Unless you have a saint's weapon, it is useless no matter what you take out now." The black war chariot charged forward and forcefully collided with the great stars. He brandished the god-striking whip and attacked with lightning speed. Every strike could shatter the heaven and earth. PFFF. Hua Yunfei was shaken to the point where he vomited a large mouthful of blood. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer and was about to flee. However, he laughed and said, "You cannot kill me. I will return soon. There are many immortal medicines in this world for me to refine. At that time, you will be far from being my opponent." In this world, the strongest thing is not a physique, not an ancient scripture, not a divine medicine. It is one's own heart and one's own Tao. If you dare to appear before me, I will definitely kill you. Just like now. In the distance, a beautiful woman flew over. Her clothes were whiter than snow and her black hair was like the clouds. She was like an immortal walking on the waves. Her graceful and delicate body was outlined by her fluttering dress. Junior sister Xiao Man, kill him. Right now, he is almost exhausted, Hua Yunfei said. Yi Fan stood on the black war chariot and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His eyes emitted a cold light as he quietly looked at Li Xiaoman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky. He originally did not want to make a move, but if the other party revealed his killing intent, then he could only be merciless. Chapter 625. Huge mountains collapsed and rubble pierced through the clouds. The earth caved in and became a scene of desolation. Not even a blade of grass grew. It had become a scorched land and all life was extinguished. Nothing was left. Li Xiaoman was wearing a snow-white robe as she approached from afar. Her dress and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were clear as she arrived from the sky. Compared to before, there wasn't much change. Yi Fan didn't say anything and only watched calmly. Whether to attack or retreat, to be peaceful or to be resentful, it all depended on the other party's next thought. Li Xiaoman arrived and stopped in the air. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were cold, causing the atmosphere to become strange. Although Hua Yunfei was heavily injured, he was still calm and collected. With his demeanor, using a woman to eliminate a great enemy was somewhat unreasonable. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He thought that this person was skilled in scheming and definitely knew about the relationship between him and Li Xiaoman. He wanted to disturb her heart and break her peaceful state of mind to destroy her Tao. Former lovers turned into enemies and faced each other in life and death. No one could face each other calmly. This was Hua Yunfei's psychological attack. He did this on purpose. Otherwise, how could he not know that the divine body was full of blood energy and divine power was hard to dry up? Junior sister Xiao Man, if you want to complete the heaven-devouring demonic technique, you need to completely cut off your past. You need to understand your heart and transcend yourself to prove your Tao. Hua Yunfei's voice was calm. The mountain ridge had been turned into a wasteland after the battle and became a barren land. There wasn't even a gust of wind. Everything was still and deathly quiet. Clang! A light sound broke the silence and traveled very far. A lotus battle robe appeared on Li Xiaoman's body. It flickered with a metallic luster and overflowed with a five-colored divine splendor. Clang clang, the sound did not stop. The lotus battle robe rang out, clear and sonorous. A five-colored metallic luster circulated. Li Xiaoman was graceful and elegant. The divine robe covered her body and she held a silver phoenix dagger axe in her hand. She slowly raised the phoenix dagger axe. Silver light flowed like a beam of moonlight. A phoenix cry rang out, clear and pleasant to listen to. The silver phoenix dagger axe flickered with a cold aura. With the five-colored godly robe covering her body, Li Xiaoman had an otherworldly aura. Even her skin looked pure and sparkling. She pointed her spear at Yi Fan from a distance, emitting a murderous aura. I didn't think that you would still point your spear at me in the end. Yi Fan looked at her. He stared at this familiar yet strange beautiful woman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky and had a period of love in the past, but in the end, they had to face each other with their lives on the line. He had never expected such a day to come. Li Xiaoman didn't say a word. Instead, she walked forward step by step. Her silver phoenix dagger axe was pointed at Yi Fan's chest with a murderous aura. Yi Fan knew that everything between the two of them had already become a thing of the past. He had originally thought that even if they were to meet again, it would be as calm as water, but he had never imagined that it would be a situation where one side would die or the other would die. He felt that the two of them didn't have any enmity, so it was really unexpected for things to develop to this point. It was somewhat baffling, and there was no reason to speak of it all. Are you really so heartless that you want to make a move against me? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. After a moment of silence, with a clang, Li Xiaoman put down her phoenix dagger axe and said calmly, "You can leave." "Why should I leave? I haven't gotten rid of Hua Yunfei yet." "Then you want to stay and fight with me?" Li Xiaoman's voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Fan stood on the black war chariot, facing the two people in front of him. "You are forcing me to make a move." Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress flickered, and a ripple-like brilliance surged out. The silver battle dagger axe in her hand became even more resplendent. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but there was a trace of loneliness in his tone. After all, they came from the same starry sky, and they also had a past together. However, in the end, they were facing each other like this. He said, "The two of you, come at me together. Help me stop that black dragon chariot," Li Xiaoman said to Hua Yunfei. She was a little afraid of the Emperor Divine Weapon, but she didn't care too much about it, because the phoenix dagger axe in her hand was very extraordinary. "Okay." Hua Yunfei nodded. The huge star above his head became even more resplendent, filling up the sky and pressing down on the black war chariot. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress fluttered, emitting a sonorous sound. She finally made her move with the silver battle dagger axe in her hand, and a stream of silver light coiled around it like the Milky Way. The phoenix battle dagger axe in her hand seemed to have a life of its own. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, emitting a phoenix cry. After that, a silver divine phoenix rushed out, pouncing over. Li Xiaoman waved the battle dagger axe, slashing diagonally at Yi Fan's neck. She attacked viciously, showing no mercy at all. She wanted to chop off his head. She was very decisive and straightforward. At the same time, Hua Yunfei activated the huge star, suppressing the black war chariot with all his might. This caused Yi Fan to be unable to use the Emperor Divine Weapon, and he was exhausted from dealing with it. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed it on the silver battle dagger axe, emitting a clear sound that pierced through the clouds. It was like a great bell ringing. He stood unmoving on the war chariot and said, "You are still not enough." Li Xiaoman's body shook violently, and she was sent flying far away. However, she was not seriously injured. Two beams of golden light burst out from her pupils, and a powerful aura overflowed from her mouth. She let out a light shout. At this moment, a mysterious divine power surged out. Her pupils turned golden, and her entire person gained an indescribable charm. It was as if a Holy Spirit had descended into the world. This was a very strange transformation. Her entire body flowed with a golden luster, and it was as if a deity had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying scene appeared behind her. An unknown existence was high above like a god. Beneath its feet, many golden arhats collapsed, and there were even bodhisattvas with divine blood flowing through them. Li Xiaoman became a bit demonic. When her faint golden eyes opened and closed, two terrifying beams of light shot out. However, her entire person also became more and more sacred and inviolable. Her cloud-like hair almost turned golden, and the lotus battle dress also looked like it was cast in gold. It slowly changed color, and only the most extraordinary phoenix dagger axe in her hand was still silver, flickering with divine light. This kind of powerful power is definitely not limited to the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that there was something wrong with Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman looked like she was cast in gold. Her skin was sparkling, but it was enveloped in golden divine light. She walked over step by step, and there was not a trace of mortal aura. She brought with her an indescribable pressure, which was very different from her original temperament. Whose power is this? Yi Fan let out a loud shout and made the first move. He drove the black chariot and swung the god-striking whip forward. The big stars in the sky shook violently, blocking the ancient chariot. Hua Yunfei intercepted it with the power of the flying deity, not letting him get close. Yi Fan let out a long shout. The golden Tai Chi circle outside his body was dazzling. It rotated yin and yang, and the power of life and death flowed. The gate of life was aimed at him, and the gate of death was aimed at the flying deity power. Clang! Li Xiaoman attacked. The phoenix dagger axe in her hand hummed, and it turned into a divine phoenix that rushed over. It collided violently with the god's striking whip, and this time, they were evenly matched. Yi Fan did not believe that she could cultivate to such a level. That kind of golden divine power did not belong to her. It was demonic and mysterious, and even he was incomparably afraid of it. However, he could not figure out the situation. He was not afraid. He used the fighting formula to form the Tai Chi circle. He stood on the dragon chariot, and with the god striking whip in his hand, he fought Li Xiaoman. His divine power was endless, and his blood qi was like an eternal divine furnace, burning fiercely. The two of you, come and die together. Yi Fan said coldly. He raised his battle prowess to the 8-limit realm. Hua Yunfei let out a bright laugh. The great Tao precious vase floated up and down, and with the phoenix wing gold-plated ranseur in his hand, he attacked decisively. He was not an inflexible person. Fighting alone was just fleeting smoke. He did things without any restrictions. Yi Fan was already a formidable opponent when he fought with him. Now that reinforcements had arrived, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Wang! The void trembled. Li Xiaoman's body flowed with a pure and wholly divine splendor. It was as if a divine diagram was draped over her. Small golden vortexes appeared on the surface of her body. Every golden vortex seemed to be connected to a world. They were unfathomably deep, and there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged in each of them. They looked dignified, as if they were gods in deep sleep. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to force Hua Yunfei back. He disintegrated the power of the fairy realm and caused him to suffer light injuries again. Then, he rushed towards Li Xiaoman like a flood dragon. A vast heavenly sound rang out. Li Xiaoman was enveloped by a golden splendor. Those 365 small golden vortexes let out a divine sound that sounded like chanting. What is this? Yi Fan's body shook violently. If not for the golden Tai Chi circle's protection, he would have most likely been pierced through his ears by this mysterious heavenly sound and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Boom! He used the fighting formula and brandished the god-striking whip, striking towards Li Xiaoman's head. He used an unstoppable divine power to destroy all techniques and shatter the void. The sky collapsed, and Li Xiaoman fell back. However, the 365 small golden vortexes on her body became even deeper, releasing rays of light that rushed towards the heavens. The vast heavenly sound was like a huge millstone that could destroy the world. The divine sound twisted together and continuously collided with the golden Tai Chi circle. It had the power of billions of units. Thump! The endless void was destroyed. Under this vast divine sound, it was immediately destroyed, and only the 365 golden vortexes were left spinning. Boom! The golden Tai Chi circle shook violently. Yi Fan used his 8th forbidden power to go all out, raising his strength to the limit. He blasted through the dazzling golden light and smashed the god-striking whip down. Thump! A terrifying thing happened. The 365 golden vortexes each spat out a beam of divine light, which turned into a golden palm that blocked the god-striking whip. Otherwise, the wooden whip that was shaped like a staff would definitely break Li Xiaoman's bones and tendons. It was impossible for her to withstand it. This isn't your power. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a dangerous aura that seemed familiar, but he couldn't tell who it belonged to. Li Xiaoman let out a light shout. Her eyes shone with a golden light as if she was a goddess of war. A golden light flew out from her body like an ancient scroll. The 365 golden vortexes were all on it, separating from the surface of her body, turning into a diagram that covered Yi Fan, about to suppress him below. At this moment, Tao sounds, Buddhist chants, and sacrificial songs seemed to have penetrated through time and space from the ancient times. They were vast and dignified, divine, and auspicious as they descended from the golden scroll. Yi Fan could vaguely see that the golden figures sitting in the 365 golden vortexes all opened their eyes. They were definitely the same person because their eyes were exactly the same. They belonged to a single deity. Boom! Buddhist chants resounded through the heaven and earth. A golden temple formed from the heavenly sound descended from the sky. Inside, golden arhats were covered in blood and bodhisattvas were lying on the ground. 7-colored divine blood flowed. It was incomparably terrifying as it suppressed towards Yifan. Whose power is this? I must have seen it before. Yifan felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Boom! At the same time, Hua Yunfei urged the great star to descend as well. He used his king divine weapon to obliterate his divine power and mercilessly attacked. Yifan shouted loudly. His body turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark within the golden Tai Chi circle. His hands pushed the yin and yang, evolving the power of life and death as he fought against the two great experts alone. At this moment, the golden Tai Chi circle, the dragon chariot, and the deity striking whip fused into one. The great star above Hua Yunfei's head trembled. Cracks appeared on his body, and the golden temple also shook violently, finding it hard to stabilize. Yifan let out a long roar. His battle prowess surged as he raised it to the 8-limit domain. He soared into the sky and faced the two great experts head-on. Boom! With a loud sound, the perfect golden Tai Chi circle and the dragon chariot fused into one. A wave of ocean-like power surged out. Pung! Hua Yunfei suffered serious injuries and flew out together with the great star. At the same time, Li Xiaoman's body also swayed. Zhang Yi spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yifan's eyes were cold. He turned into a ray of divine light and chased after them. He wanted to kill the two of them and said, "It's useless even if you two join hands." Chapter 626. Bang! The black ancient chariot collided with the huge star. This was the tip of a king divine weapon, and it released a destructive shockwave. Below, the desolate land that had already turned into a desert instantly turned into a land of magma. It surged up into the sky like a vast ocean, scattering the clouds. It was like the end of the world. The battle between the powerful king divine weapons created a terrifying disaster that surpassed one's imagination. It was not something a human could resist. In that instant, the black dragon chariot and the star were stuck together. They continuously shook, and black light and starlight flowed in all directions, shattering the space and destroying everything. Yifan was inside the golden Taiji circle. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out thousands of times. It was like an azure dragon dancing in the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. Hua Yunfei did his best to resist. The phoenix wing gold-plated rapier in his hand clanked and sparks flew everywhere. It turned into a divine phoenix that shook the 9 heavens, and even the space was shattered. Pooh! Hua Yunfei opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of 5-colored blood. It was like a divine flower blooming, flowing with a bewitching splendor. The blood contained divine power, and he retreated. Not good. Yifan felt that something was wrong. He had been tricked. The originally unstable divine temple in the sky suddenly became solid. It descended like an eternal king divine weapon, emitting a great pressure. Hua Yunfei used himself as bait, knowing that Yifan would not be able to kill him. He wanted to pave the way for Li Xiaoman's killing move to heavily injure his opponent. He wanted to use the huge star to stick to the ancient chariot, making it difficult for it to move even an inch. This was a majestic golden divine temple that flowed with divine light. Every brick, every stone step was shining with light. It was incomparably divine and dignified, as if it was the birthplace of a deity. It was extremely heavy, and it could crush the heaven and earth. It was difficult for a physical body to resist. It pressed down on Yifan, forcing him to leave the dragon chariot. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. Bang! The ground caved in as if it was the end of the world. The mountain range in the distance collapsed continuously, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Yifan tried a few times, but he could not move the black chariot. It could not be separated from the huge star, and he could not move it. the King Divine Weapon Spirit could not attack. He had no choice but to activate the fighting incantation and unleash a blazing radiance to clash against the Golden Temple. The golden Tai Chi circle shone resplendently, and the radiance drowned out the heaven and earth. Yi Fan did everything he could, striking towards the heavens. The sound was deafening, divine force surging, as if a sea was surging. In the end, he blocked the golden ancient temple, causing it to almost collapse. The golden courtyard wall split open, the temple door falling down, golden light flowing and falling like water. Boom! Yi Fan transformed into a golden taiji circle and soared into the sky. Finally, the golden ancient temple was blasted apart, and with a single punch, the mountains collapsed and the sky cracked. Li Xiaoman let out a loud cry. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the air as she continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent flying backwards, and a large piece of her lotus-shaped battle dress was torn apart, its luster dimming. Hua Yunfei made his move. The great Dao precious bottle above his head emitted tens of thousands of black lights. Strands after strands of black light increased the power of the fairy realm. He once again tried to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan was obstructed, so he could only stop and fight. This was an extremely strong opponent that could not be underestimated, and he missed a chance to kill Li Xiaoman. In the sky, Li Xiaoman stopped and chanted ancient scriptures. Her entire body was sparkling, and a divine light flew out, forming a golden ancient diagram. It transformed into an ancient temple, and it was extremely mysterious. Dao sounds, chanting, and sacrificial sounds came from the ancient era. They gathered together and formed a brand new golden divine temple, making it even more mysterious. The two emperor divine weapons were locked together. While Yi Fan and Hua Yunfei were fighting intensely, Li Xiaoman attacked again, using her demonic power to attack. The golden ancient temple pressed down, and the temple door opened wide. It had a power that could swallow the heavens, and it forcefully sucked Yi Fan inside. This divine temple was extremely powerful and terrifying, suppressing all living creatures. At this moment, Yi Fan's entire body was in intense pain. He was actually about to be refined inside. All kinds of ancient divine sounds rang out at the same time, as if there were 3,000 divine monks chanting together. If not for him creating the golden taiji circle, he would most likely be in danger this time. This was a terrifying refinement that wanted to melt him inside the golden ancient temple. Yi Fan guarded his mind and evolved the taiji circle, becoming one with heaven and man. The great Dao was natural, and every strike contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. He tore apart the walls of the ancient temple as he walked out step by step. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura permeated over. Light flickered within the golden ancient temple, and the corpses of golden arhats laid out one after another. Apart from this, there were also the corpses of some bodhisattvas. Rainbow-colored divine blood flowed, making this ancient temple look demonic and mysterious. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, a golden figure approached step by step. The corpses of the golden arhats and bodhisattvas were at its feet, as if a deity was walking over from the ancient era. It seemed like it was right in front of him, yet it also seemed like it was far away. It was difficult to capture the source of its aura, and it could not be seen clearly. There was only a terrifying power surging. It seems familiar, I wonder who it is. Yi Fan had countless doubts in his heart, but he did not have the time to think about it in detail. Right now, killing the enemy was the most important thing. Boom! Monstrous divine might rushed over. Within this golden ancient temple, that figure was like a ruler that could destroy all living creatures. Even the bodhisattvas were unable to contend against it. Yi Fan's mind almost collapsed, and a strand of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. He said to himself, "This isn't real. It's just a type of divine power borrowed by Li Xiaoman. It's a reappearance of the past, but it doesn't have that kind of power now." Swoosh! He opened his heavenly origin divine eyes and looked straight at the source. The so-called Golden Temple, as well as those golden arhats and bodhisattvas, were all formed from interweaving golden natural laws. Even that ruler was the same. It was not a physical body, but a strand of divine will. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly. The golden lake between his brows blazed with brilliance, and a small golden figure walked out. It was exactly the same as him, just like a deity. He had repeatedly crossed heavenly tribulations, and his divine will was incomparably powerful. Using it to attack the natural laws, this was a special confrontation. Yi Fan activated the all character and continuously operated it. Not long after, it was successfully activated. The small golden figure that walked out from between his brows immediately became 10 times more powerful. It rushed forward like a deity. The small golden figure formed from the powerful divine will opened its divine eyes. It could clearly see every natural law, and it was continuously breaking down the ancient temple. Up ahead, the golden figure was like a demonic god as it slaughtered its way over. This was the ruler of this ancient temple. It was formed from a divine will, and its power was world-shocking. The two fought fiercely, and terrifying fluctuations of willpower erupted. Everywhere they passed, the void collapsed. It was impossible to block them. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of power did Li Xiaoman borrow exactly? This divine will was actually so terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he activated the all character, he would have most likely died with a grievance. One has to understand that his divine will was extremely astonishing. When he was still a small cultivator, he already suppressed many people, let alone now. However, at this moment, he still needed to activate the all character tenfold in order to suppress this godlike existence within the ancient temple. The two fought fiercely, shaking the golden temple's walls to pieces. In the end, the small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows was even more powerful. It obliterated that existence and disappeared in a flash. Hong! A world-shaking sound rang through the air. All types of chanting and sacrificial sounds disappeared. The small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows shattered the ancient temple with a single fist, and it no longer existed. Not far away, Li Xiaoman cried out in fear. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. An expanse of golden divine light entered her body. On the other side, Hua Yunfei was finally powerless to suppress the black ancient war chariot. He put away the star and retreated. Yi Fan stood on the dragon chariot. The space between his brows flashed, and the small golden figure entered. He held the divine striking whip in his hand as he stared at the two great enemies with a cold expression. Now, there was only a life and death battle. No one wanted to stop and both wanted to eliminate the other. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. Hua Yunfei was a great enemy to begin with, but now, there was the addition of Li Xiaoman who possessed a mysterious power. This battle might be extremely difficult. The air trembled, and a cauldron appeared above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain. The mysterious yellow energy circulated and protected him tightly. Now, this cauldron had already interweaved a portion of the laws. It could be used greatly because its sturdiness was incomparable. It could be used for defense and was difficult to break through. Only when he was about to risk his life and fight to the death would Yi Fan use this cauldron. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out. He still had the scepter of the celestial court on him, but it was a pity that it was sealed. Now, it was merely an ordinary weapon that corresponded to his cultivation level. The sky was dotted with stars, the silver moon was gentle, and the night was like water. The great battle started again, and both sides attacked with all their strength. Hua Yunfei did not care about the danger and forcefully used the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique to recover himself to his peak state. He used the power of the fairy realm to fight Yi Fan. The great Tao precious vase also appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. Rays of black light descended and connected with the 365 golden vortexes on the surface of her body. It was incomparably demonic. She was evolving again. In every golden vortex, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged. Behind them, there was a world. Every time they clashed, there would be a frightening shockwave. In the end, there would even be golden palms slapping out from those golden vortexes. All kinds of divine weapons and magical treasures rushed out and suppressed downwards. It was extremely frightening. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not know how powerful the divine spirit sitting cross-legged in the golden vortexes was. What was shattered in the ancient temple was definitely not its true divine will. How did Li Xiaoman borrow this kind of power? Could it be that as long as one cultivated this kind of heavenly technique, they would naturally be able to use it? This battle was extremely difficult. They fought until late at night, and both of them were heavily injured. However, there was still no conclusion. Hua Yunfei was originally able to fight against Yi Fan. Now, with the addition of the powerful Li Xiaoman, it was needless to say. Even though Yi Fan used the cauldron of all things to protect himself, it was still difficult for him to kill the two of them. At the end of the battle, Yi Fan was truly enraged. Li Xiaoman and the others worked together to kill him. This made him very disappointed. He used all his methods to fight against the two of them. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. The boundless golden divine sea was vast and mighty. A green lotus accompanied him. Primal chaos lingered around him. There was even an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. There was also a beautiful land and mountains. Secret art of travel, secret art of battle, and secret art of all were used at the same time. Yi Fan's body was in the Taiji circle. Many strange phenomena appeared. The space between his brows flickered. The golden divine will transformed into a small person and rushed out. The cauldron of all things rose and fell. The deity striking whip swung. The black dragon chariot charged. All kinds of methods were used. The heaven and earth went berserk. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. It was actually about to evolve into one strange phenomenon. Unfortunately, it was too hazy and could not be seen clearly. However, its power was still incomparably great. At the same time, the powerful divine will was similarly terrifying under the activation of secret art of all. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were incomparably fearful. They kept on dodging. The golden Taiji circle evolved to perfection. None of the techniques could touch him. He attacked unceasingly, making him unstoppable. Boom! The void collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently. During the latter half of the night, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman both coughed up blood. They had suffered serious injuries. At this point, Hua Yunfei no longer dared to use the Phoenix Calamity technique. Otherwise, his life force would dry up and he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman's face was also pale. She had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. Her battle prowess was affected. The 365 golden whirlpools were all dim. The vase above her head was almost shattered. Yi Fan was naturally also heavily injured. However, his divine power would never dry up. His battle prowess did not decrease. The more he killed, the braver he became. In the end, he was about to suppress the two of them. Yi Fan did his best. He kept on evolving. His entire person disappeared and turned into a perfect Taiji diagram. Pa! Hua Yunfei was sent flying like a scarecrow. His right shoulder and entire arm were turned into meat paste. His sternum had also caved in. Many of his bones had cracked. Bang! A green lotus rushed out from the Taiji diagram. It originated from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It landed on Li Xiaoman's body and almost scattered her 365 golden whirlpools. The lotus pierced through her chest. The two of you attacking together is only so. Yi Fan was confident that he could kill the two of them. However, he was worried that the two of them would escape. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to stop them. It would be difficult for him to kill them. The divine physique lives up to its name. In the future, I will definitely harvest this divine medicine of yours and refine it in my cauldron. Hua Yunfei said and rushed into the distance. Li Xiaoman did not say anything. The golden whirlpools on the surface of her body revolved. She quickly recovered from her injuries. Her golden eyes flickered. She took one last look at Yi Fan and turned to leave. Chapter 627. Yi Fan let out a long roar and chased relentlessly. He had the movement's secret art, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Hua Yunfei and attacked fiercely. Bang! The battle continued. Hua Yunfei coughed up blood again. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress was also shattered. It fell to the ground, dyed in blood, and turned to dust. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He did not speak much and continued to chase. It was unknown how many mountains they had passed, but they were still fighting in the middle of the night. The bright moon shone brightly. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Old corpses could often be seen crawling out of their tombs and spitting out essence towards the moon. In the pursuit of tens of thousands of kilometers, divine power fluctuations could be felt from time to time. Mountains would often collapse. The three of them fought as they ran, destroying countless mountains. Hua Yunfei's hair was disheveled and he was heavily injured. Many of his bones were broken. Li Xiaoman was the same. Her organs were all ruptured and her entire body was dyed red with blood. On the other side, Yi Fan was not much better. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. He had paid a huge price in this battle. Hua Yunfei had already used 3 profound jade platforms to cross the void. However, Yi Fan also had a formation platform. He chased relentlessly and it was hard for him to escape. At this moment, Hua Yunfei finally could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, his origin source would dry up and his life would most likely reach its end. Apart from the 9 secrets, Yi Fan did not have any other emperor-level secret arts. This was because they were all recorded in the forbidden chapters of the various ancient scriptures. It was impossible for him to obtain them. However, he had a few of his strongest origin heart techniques. At this moment, the Tao scripture, Western Imperial scripture, Eternal Universe scripture, and Supreme Imperial scripture circulated at the same time. All of his secret realms were shining. Yi Fan's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extreme secret realms, and Dragon Transformation all emitted the sound of scriptures. It was as if 4 ancient emperors were awakening and the universe was shaking. Boom! For some reason, his various phenomena suddenly merged into one. Although it was a blur and could not be seen clearly, a terrifying power surged out. Even Yi Fan himself could not withstand it and was nearly crushed. If not for the protection of the golden Taiji circle, he would probably be the first person to be destroyed by his own phenomenon. Yi Fan turned into a golden rainbow and rushed out. This was an excellent opportunity to attack Hua Yunfei. No matter how this strong opponent tried to defend, he was unable to stop Yi Fan. Pooh! Hua Yunfei vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was nearly shattered by the mysterious phenomenon. Following that, Yi Fan continuously executed killing moves, moving the mysterious phenomenon forward. He took a total of 7 steps. Bang! Half of Hua Yunfei's body exploded, turning into meat paste. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. He cried out loudly and retreated thousands of meters away. Yi Fan attacked Li Xiaoman, who was right in front of him, but the anomaly also disappeared at the same time. He cast the Tai Chi circle, manifested the innate Tao, and tore a corner of the 365 golden vortexes apart. Bang, bang, Yi Fan continuously executed heavy attacks towards the front of Li Xiaoman. He finally broke through her defense, and after a total of 81 attacks, he finally shattered the last golden vortex. The golden Taiji circle closed in, and Yi Fan pressed out with his palm. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Li Xiaoman did her best to resist, but she finally let out a miserable cry as half of her body was broken. Pooh! She was sent flying, and her chest and abdomen were broken as she fell from the sky. She was cut in half by Yi Fan's palm, and suffered unimaginable damage. Golden light blazed in her eyes. At this moment, the situation was completely different. The battle had changed greatly, and Yi Fan had the absolute upper hand. Boom! After Yi Fan took the initiative, he ignored his own injuries and continued to execute heavy attacks. Every time, it was like a tsunami that reached the sky and shook the mountains. Bang! Hua Yunfei was like a scarecrow as he was sent flying again. After losing half of his body, his battle prowess was much weaker than before, and he didn't dare to continue using the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique. Li Xiaoman wasn't much better off. When Yi Fan punched out, she found it hard to endure. The 365 golden vortexes dimmed, and it was difficult to block. If not for the protection of the Emperor Divine weapons, the two of them would be in danger, and it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. Even so, they still suffered heavy attacks and crashed into the mountains several times, collapsing in the dust. Yi Fan used all his techniques, and a huge golden foot stomped down from the sky. It almost trampled the two of them and flattened the mountains. The two of them were covered in dust, and they rolled away. Hua Yunfei finally found an opportunity. He took out the profound jade platform and said, "Let's go." They crossed the void and disappeared from this mountain range. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless, and he chased after them closely. He also used the profound jade platform to chase after them. It was another peaceful mountain range, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, bright and auspicious. It was another great pursuit, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared, and Yi Fan shivered. He soared into the sky and looked back vigilantly. At the same time, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's expressions changed as well. They retreated as they felt a dangerous aura. In the distance, an ancient mountain split open, and a little purple person, less than a foot tall, rushed out on a bronze chariot. In another direction, an old monk who was all skin and bones, as if he was cast in gold, also flew over. Yi Fan turned around and left. He had already seen these two terrifying creatures before. Last time, he stole their dragon marrow and was chased by them, almost dying. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman also fled far away, as if they knew these two terrifying creatures. Their great Dao aquariums floated up and down, actually bringing them through the air, not leaving any traces behind. Boom! The old monk roared loudly and summoned the image of the Amitabha Buddha. He chased after Yi Fan, and his speed was extremely fast. On the other side, the little purple person drove the bronze chariot and chased after Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. It was like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that this old monk with a golden body was extremely terrifying. The image of the Amitabha Buddha that he summoned was unstoppable, and nothing could stop it. Yi Fan did not know how many mountain ranges he flew over, and only after traveling tens of thousands of li with the travel formula did he finally break away from that terrifying old monk. He found an ancient cave and quietly healed his injuries. The Nirvana scripture circulated continuously, and his entire body was submerged in golden blood energy. The entire cave was holy and auspicious. This time, his injuries were extremely severe. If it was someone else, they would not have survived. However, his physique was strong, and he slowly recovered, so a great disaster did not befall him. The sky brightened, and Yi Fan opened his eyes. His terrifying injuries were almost healed. He stood up and walked out of the ancient cave step by step. In the morning, there was a thin layer of smoke in the mountain ridge. When the morning sun shone down, it turned into a colorful mist, connecting with the green grass and ancient trees. It looked extremely peaceful. On the ancient vines, among the green leaves, pearls were rolling about. Under the illumination of the morning sun, they were multicolored like pearls rolling about. On this auspicious morning, Yi Fan stood in the mountains and frowned slightly. After the great battle, he was unable to stop Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. This made him feel very regretful. 10 years later, how many people in this world will be able to stop them? This was definitely an unprecedented great enemy. He felt that they would be on the same level as the central sovereign, Wang Teng, and the others. Because if this continued, the ruthless person would definitely reappear in this world. However, no matter how strong they are, they will still be restricted by the 8 restrictions. As long as my realm can keep up, I will be able to suppress them. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had a strong self-confidence, but also a kind of pressure. He and the ruthless great emperor had deep karma, and the cultivation speed of his inheritor was too fast. He had no choice but to keep up. I can only break through continuously. The great completion Saint Physique can challenge the great emperors. In the same realm, I will definitely not fear anyone. Yi Fan believed that even if the two of them swallowed the origin of the various kings and walked the path of the ancient great emperors, as long as his realm kept up and did not fall behind them, he would be able to suppress them. And now, there was a difference of 3 minor realms between him and Hua Yunfei. He had to catch up and not widen the gap any further. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous in the future. And what made him most uneasy was, which existence's power did Li Xiaoman borrow? He thought for an entire night and searched his mind, but he had no clue. Where exactly did I go wrong? When Yi Fan thought of that golden whirlpool, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he could not say why. That kind of divine power was not cultivated by one's own body, but originated from the outside world. It was like wielding an Emperor Divine weapon or an Emperor Divine weapon. It was not restricted by the 8 restrictions at all. In this battle, Yi Fan's harvest was also great. He found his own Tao, which was very important. The ancient great emperors never walked the path of their predecessors. In the end, they would create their own Tao. Only by doing so could they transcend. The ancient scriptures of the past were only used as reference. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. Yi Fan had already successfully entered the main peak of the Qin sect after presenting the rare marrow. He had been searching for the 9 secrets all this time, but there were still no clues. It had to be said that entering the main peak was very dangerous. In this year, a few people had already lost their lives. The cause of their deaths was unknown, and the results were still unknown. However, Yi Fan knew that it was most likely Hua Yunfei's doing. He definitely knew that Yi Fan was here for the 9 secrets. Since he could not divine which person was Yi Fan, he killed them one by one. The Qin sect leader was alarmed and sent out the powerful Prince of Jade Luo, as well as a few other supreme experts to search for the true culprit. And now, Yi Fan already knew that Hua Yunfei had entered the main peak of the Qin sect a few years ago. However, he had left 1.5 years ago. At the same time, Li Xiaoman had also disappeared and had not returned. During the great battle in the Qinling Mountains, Yi Fan had not seen Hua Yunfei use the 9 secrets. However, he could not be sure that Hua Yunfei hadn't gained anything. During the past 1.5 years, Yi Fan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He could feel the pressure, and had no choice but to bitterly cultivate. By now, he had reached the 8th transformation of the Dragon Transformation. During this time, he also had to deal with another deadly threat, and that was the soul-transcending incantation. He had personally witnessed the 2 people who had gone to the main peak become devout disciples of the Qin sect. If it weren't for the fact that his divine sense was extremely powerful, he would most likely have been in danger. Even so, the only reason he was unharmed was because he hadn't been listening to the sect leader's sermons. They're a bunch of old evildoers. More than 10 of them recite scriptures every day. Even if a bodhisattva came, he would still be purified after a long time. Yi Fan frowned. If he didn't listen to the sermons, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with the 9 secrets. After some observation, he discovered that the sickly old man hadn't gone to the main peak for fear of being purified. Furthermore, the scholar from the east seemed to have noticed that Princess Moon's spirit was there, and would often go to the main peak. However, he himself didn't join in. Yi Fan was quite surprised. There was only one woman who had gone to the main peak with him. Although she was quite beautiful, she couldn't compare to the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. She could only be considered average. To say that she was a peerless beauty who could reign supreme in the world would be an exaggeration. The gap between them was simply too great. She must have some sort of secret treasure on her, Yi Fan murmured to himself. She can even fool my god eye. After that, he began to pay more attention to the woman, and discovered that she would often go to a barren stone mountain, where she would sit there for most of the day. This stone mountain wasn't very far from the main peak, and was completely barren. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, nor did any vines crawl over it. It was clean and dry, with nothing to show for it. On a moonlit night, Yi Fan climbed up the stone mountain. The moonlight was like smoke, and he sat there for most of the night without any results. He couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and flew back to the main peak. This time, he returned from the back of the mountain, which was where the stone mountain was located. The moonlight was like water, bright and gentle. On the stone walls of the back of the mountain, there were some carvings of weapons, such as cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and the like. He had seen them before, and had assumed that they had been carved by a bored disciple. Because they were so clumsy, they lacked beauty, and had been carved in recent decades. However, it was at this point that the misty moonlight began to shine down, and the weapon carvings suddenly seemed different. They even began to emanate an ancient aura. That's... Yi Fan said, shocked. These carvings had existed for a very, very long time, and yet they had been able to fool his god eye. It was almost inconceivable. The more he looked at them, the more mysterious they seemed. The clumsy carvings almost looked like divine phoenixes that were on the verge of breaking through the heavens. Chapter 628. A divine moon hung in the sky, pure and bright, scattering down like the moonlight on water. This mountain region seemed to be enveloped in a layer of thin muslin, making it appear faint and hazy. On the stone wall, there weren't many weapon imprints, the carvings clumsy. However, at this moment, it was completely different. Moonlight scattered down, creating an auspicious scene. The weapon imprints were shining and flowing. It's different, turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Fan was astonished, his eyes staring unblinkingly. The clumsy carvings transformed into the charm of the Tao. Each carving was like a true dragon, a Kuanpeng, a Qilin, and a divine phoenix. It was indescribably wondrous. The moon filled the sky, the divine splendor flowing down like water. All of the imprints on the stone wall came to life, the carvings moving. It was completely different from what he had seen before. An ancient aura rushed over. There was a type of great changes, and even more a type of grandeur. The imprints belonging to the Tao flickered, and a faintly discernible divine sound transmitted over. Yi Fan was inwardly shaken. He simply didn't dare believe all of this. It was originally a crude set of weapons, but now, it completely changed, becoming completely different. He saw a large cauldron, a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, representing the tangible traces of the Tao. He saw a large bell, the only one between heaven and earth, representing time and eternity. He saw an ancient pagoda that was divided into 9 layers, representing the 9 heavens. The space was boundless. Mirrors, furnaces, spears, swords, rods, and other weapons appeared one after another, each representing a type of mysterious natural law. They each had their own evolution of the world, profound and complex. Yi Fan was drawn in, his mind unable to shift away. He completely immersed himself, vaguely hearing someone chanting scriptures, transmitted from outer space, directly entering his sea of consciousness. He opened up his heart, his divine senses tranquil. He slowly comprehended and carefully observed, as if he was listening to the great Tao that opened the heavens. He was incomparably engrossed, his eyes filled with ancient weapons. However, when he tried his best to grasp it, he felt that it was a bit distant and indistinct, unable to approach. It was close at hand, yet it also seemed far away. Cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and other weapons rotated about. The carvings on the wall flickered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a jade wall. It gradually became sparkling and translucent, swallowing and sending out moonlight. Yi Fan was in a state of indifference. He stood in front of the stone wall, not moving at all. Between his brows, that small golden lake blazed brilliantly. A small golden person walked out and floated in front of his forehead. The golden little person was exactly the same as Yi Fan, staring at the stone engraving. Its entire body flickered with Tao patterns. Those were Tao imprints, and there was an indescribable charm to it. At this moment, the cauldron, bell, pagoda, furnace, mirror, spear, sword, and others all began to revolve, starting to reassemble. Then, they actually broke down, turning into a single word, soldier. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire universe shook. Yi Fan felt his eardrums ringing. A grand heavenly sound descended from outer space, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Every word was like a blade, every sentence like a sword, slashing at one's soul. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure it at all. It could practically tear apart one's heart and split open one's sea of consciousness. In Yi Fan's divine sense, the small golden person had already undergone the baptism of more than 10 heavenly tribulations and breathed in and out heavenly lightning. It had long been tempered, so it was able to withstand it. However, it still received the impact. It was as if there was an eternal immortal weapon suppressing it, causing it to receive an enormous shock. It almost wanted to roar towards the sky. Soldier's secret character. Yi Fan endured this kind of weapon approaching his body and the pain of being on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. He racked his brains and searched the entire main peak, but he still couldn't find it. In the end, he didn't expect to see the soldier's secret character of the 9 secret characters on the back mountain stone wall. This was an indescribable joy. The mountains and rivers were heavy, and there was no way out. In the end, he found the true scripture. The soldier's secret character was very different from the previous ones. It was like a world-shocking immortal weapon, each word striking at one's mind and shaking the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the scripture was very long. The main peak wasn't majestic, and it was only a few hundred meters taller than the other short mountains. Ancient trees swayed in the wind, and the moonlight flowed. It was very peaceful. Occasionally, there would be the cries of night birds, making it seem even more tranquil. Thunder rumbled in Yi Fan's ears. Every word was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the outside world was still very calm, and no one knew about any of this. In front of his forehead, that golden little person sat cross-legged. There was a Bodhi seed suspended above his head, and it emitted a light that connected with him to the soldier's secret character. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from this wonderful state. The divine moon was bright and gentle, and the back mountain was pure white, as if there were many divine feathers scattered around. This is the soldier's secret character. Compared to this, the imperial sword technique and the tool manipulation technique were just small tricks. This was the true divine weapon manipulation technique, and it gave the highest interpretation of how to control a tool. If one grasps this secret, even if the enemy has an imperial divine weapon, or even a sacred weapon, it is possible to seize it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. If one had such an invincible weapon, one could run amok in the world and become almost invincible. However, the soldier's secret character could be used to resist, and seize a sacred weapon with one's bare hands. One could imagine that if one's cultivation was strong enough and reached a certain realm, one could even seize an extreme path emperor weapon. This was simply too shocking, and it made people tremble. This secret is too terrifying. Even an immortal holy land or an eternal celestial dynasty with an ancient emperor's weapon might not be invincible in this world. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. If a saint grasped the soldier's secret character, he might really be able to seize an extreme path emperor weapon. Weapons were the greatest reliance of cultivators, and they could infinitely increase one's battle prowess. However, once the soldier's secret character was revealed, it was a grievous news for many people, and it would break the balance. 9 secrets, every secret is so heaven-defying. No wonder the heavens were jealous of it, and it was broken up by others. Once this secret was completed, every grain of sand and stone in this world could be used as a weapon, and even the enemy's weapon could be used for oneself. It was indescribably wondrous. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The soldier's secret character was too terrifying, and he had to grasp it. In the future, it would have endless wondrous uses. However, this secret was very difficult to cultivate, and the conditions were extremely harsh. In order to control 10,000 weapons, one must first control one weapon and cultivate one's own immortal weapon. This was the foundation. After comprehending it, Yi Fan was very shocked. Sacrificing one's own immortal weapon was very similar to the one tool that he pursued in the past, but it was even more profound. The one and only immortal weapon was the foundation of the soldier's secret character, and it was the only tool for a cultivator to prove his Tao. Starting from sacrificing one's own weapon. Yi Fan was very excited. With the soldier's secret character in his hands, he could better refine the item for proving his Tao, the myriad Qi cauldron. He had only comprehended it for a moment, and he could already feel the terror of Emperor divine weapons and legendary sacred weapons. They were living weapons, and in a sense, they were the continuation of the wielder's life. As for the extreme path Emperor weapon, it was already heaven-defying, and it could steal the fortune of the heavens. It was indescribably profound, and it could only be understood when it evolved to that stage. Yi Fan silently comprehended it. The soldier's secret character was broad and profound. From refining a weapon, to nurturing it, to controlling it, it was all-encompassing. From the birth of a weapon to how to use it, it was extremely detailed. Using the soldier's secret character to refine my cauldron will allow it to reach perfection. The back mountain was very quiet, and not a single person came to disturb him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan raised his head. The bright moon shifted, and the stone walls dimmed. The army diagram disappeared. Yi Fan came to the Qin sect for 2 years, and today, he finally obtained the 9 secrets he wanted. Speaking of which, he had to thank Princess Moon's spirit. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find it? The Qin sect leader's bloodline is indeed the descendant of the Kai clan. They have the spirit-crossing art and the soldier's secret character. They are extremely powerful. What other inheritances do they have? Yi Fan didn't leave. He always felt that the Qin sect had many secrets. Even the Azure Emperor from 10,000 years ago had acted against them. He really didn't know what secrets they had. It had to be said that the main peak of the Qin sect was a piece of pure land. As long as one didn't listen to the teachings of the supreme sect leader and the others, there was no need to worry about being purified. It was very suitable for cultivation. After that, Yi Fan kept an eye out while cultivating. He discovered that Princess Moon's spirit would change mountains after a period of time, but she would always be around the main peak and wouldn't be too far away. Not long after, he discovered that the sickly old man was also wandering around. However, he wasn't near the Qin sect. Instead, he entered the depths of the millions of mountains and frequently appeared in front of some lakes. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the sickly old man was searching for the immortal transformation pond. Every time he came across an ancient monument, he would jump into the lake and search for it. It was hard to determine whether the immortal transformation pond existed or not. Moreover, everyone said that the birth of the Azure Emperor added a tinge of mystery to it. In the boundless mountain range, there are hundreds of immortal transformation ponds. Only the heavens know which one is real, and they might all be fake. What is he trying to do? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had come to search for the immortal transformation pond, but none of them could determine which one was the real one. They had always returned in disappointment. One day, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but ask the sickly old man, "Elder brother, what are you searching for?" This old man was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't see through him. Previously, the old man had given him some pointers, telling him that the main peak had the deity transcending art and that he would most likely encounter misfortune if he went there. "I'm searching for an immortal fate. Unfortunately, it can only be discovered and not sought. It seems like there's no hope for me." The sickly old man sighed. Immortal transformation pond, what kind of immortal fate? Yi Fan was surprised. Do you know why the Azure Emperor was able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in the post-antiquity era, becoming the first person in 100,000 years? Could it be related to the immortal transformation pond? At the beginning, there was a great connection. He was born in the immortal transformation pond and obtained great benefits. The sickly old man was very mysterious and knew many secrets that no one knew about. His words caused people to be flabbergasted. That was an immortal transformation pond. Only the heavens know what kind of treasures were inside. The Azure Emperor was a green lotus. When he was born, he took root in the mud under the lake and planted himself on a piece of green copper. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the piece of green copper in his body. It was rumored that the Azure Emperor snatched it from the central continent before he passed away. It stirred up a huge commotion, and the 5 great regions were all stirred up. The Immortal Transformation Pond is a true immortal transformation pond. It has existed since the Archaic era and contains endless divine materials. There are even some immortal treasures within. According to what the sickly old man said, the green copper was an immortal treasure. It was just a fragment, but it could snatch luck from the heavens. Perhaps there were a few pieces in the Immortal Transformation Pond. The Kai clan had a great opportunity, and there were people who entered the Immortal Transformation Pond before. The sickly old man said. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that the secret of the Azure Emperor's extermination of the Kai clan was about to be revealed. The fog from 30,000 years ago was about to be blown away. The origins of this Immortal Transformation Pond were terrifying. The sickly old man sighed lightly and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he talked about some other secrets and said, at the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? Seeing Wuxia's Dao become empty. More than 100,000 years ago, that great emperor wanted to use immortal treasures to refine an emperor bell, so he also came to the Immortal Transformation Pond. The materials for the Wuxia bell were taken from the Immortal Transformation Pond? Yi Fan was astonished. The sickly old man nodded and said, it was a piece of immortal treasure that was submerged in the Immortal Transformation Pond. Yi Fan was truly astonished. The refinement of the Wuxia bell had such a secret. Great Emperor Wuxia actually came to the Immortal Transformation Pond. It seemed like this ancient pond was truly extraordinary. 2,000 years ago, an outsider riding on a green ox also entered the Immortal Transformation Pond. Not long after, a monk who called himself Sakyamuni also entered. What? Yi Fan jumped to his feet. Chapter 629. An elder riding an ox and the Sakyamuni Buddha had gone to the Immortal Transformation Pond. This news shook Yi Fan's heart and made him think of many things. Coming from the other side of the starry sky, this moved him greatly. Yi Fan wanted to return to Earth, to his hometown, but these two could cross the starry sky. He had always yearned for this. Elder brother, you know a lot. Can you tell me more? He humbly asked for advice. It was hard to imagine how the old man knew about this. Could it be that he had seen these two people before? Yi Fan couldn't help but size him up. This old man had sparse hair and was no more than 50 years old. He looked sickly, but it was hard to say what period he was from. I saw it in a letter from a predecessor, so my knowledge is limited, said the old man. However, he still explained some details so that Yi Fan could understand more. Starting from the Azure Emperor to the Kai clan, it was hard to calm down because there were some secrets involved. The Immortal Transformation Pond's origin was mysterious. No one knew what had happened in the past. Immortal treasures had sunk into the pond, shocking people but unobtainable. Perhaps there had been a great battle in the primordial era and a divine being had been born. Even the supreme imperial weapon was broken and fell into the Immortal Transformation Pond. Emperor Wuxia found a primal chaos stone in the pond and refined the immortal item inside, creating the Wuxia imperial bell. The bell sound could shake the ancient with peerless power. Azure Emperor was originally a lotus that was born here. He took root on the green bronze piece and obtained great benefits. However, before he could take form, the green bronze piece was lost and left him. The demonic emperor was extremely talented. In the end, he didn't rely on external objects but himself to become an emperor in the post-primordial era, becoming one of the most powerful people in the past and future. The Kai clan also had a lucky person enter the Immortal Transformation Pond. 30,000 years ago, someone obtained a piece of green bronze using the army secret character and obtained great benefits from cultivating the army secret character. Hearing this, Yi Fan was moved. Could this be the reason why the Azure Emperor destroyed the Kai clan? A historical mystery surfaced just like that. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, ancient martial emperors are all very courageous. They wouldn't wipe out an entire clan just because of this. There must be another reason. Yi Fan was puzzled. What other reason could there be? It was all because of the ancestor of the Kai clan. The Kai clan possessed the secret character, Bing, which was the highest secret art of Taoism, originating from the eastern wilderness. In fact, some people had investigated and found that their ancestors had crossed over from the eastern wilderness. This clan is inauspicious. Every 10 or 20,000 years, some strange things will happen, harming the people. That's why the Azure Emperor made a move. The Kai clan is inauspicious? When Yi Fan heard this, he was even more shocked. There were definitely many secrets to this. 70,000 years ago, their ancestor came to the Central Plains from the eastern wasteland in his later years. He went straight to the Qinling Mountains and wanted to bury himself in this special place. The sickly old man said slowly. The Qinling Mountains were 1,000,000 miles wide and boundless. However, compared to the vastness of the Central Plains, this was only a corner of its western region. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about the Qinling Mountains. There were many ancient tombs underground, and old corpses would often climb out of the tombs at night, swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This was the most widespread legend. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, who knew how many emperors and divine monks had been buried here? People were already used to it. It was said that those who were buried here could become undead immortals in the future. No one knew which ancient text recorded this, but it was recognized by some supreme characters. That was why later generations did this. The ancestor of the Kai clan came from the eastern wilderness in his later years and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. Originally, there was nothing much, but after he sealed the dragon's cave and made arrangements for his own funeral, many people were alarmed. During those days, the entire Qinling Mountains were filled with the cries of immortals and dragon energy. The scene was extremely shocking. However, it didn't last long before it disappeared and returned to normal. People knew that the ancestor of the Kai clan was an extraordinary person who could find the dragon vein and seal the immortal's cave. This clan is really inauspicious. The sickly old man continued. Not long after, the Kai clan of the eastern wasteland moved here. Their ancestor was still on his last breath, but no one dared to come close. He clearly had no more vitality, but it was difficult for him to die. He often left the Qinling Mountains and returned in the middle of the night. At that time, the clans saw many strange things. At that time, a great completion king from the Central Plains came to visit. A shocking thing happened. He was strangled to death by the ancestor of the Kai clan. A great completion king who lived for almost 4,000 years and was invincible in the world was strangled to death by a person whose vitality was withered and whose cultivation wasn't very strong. He only knew how to find the dragon's cave. This is like a fantasy. The sickly old man shook his head. Yi Fan was also stunned. He felt a chill down his spine because he felt that this was very familiar. It was like a legend. It was greatly related to him. In his final years, in his final moments, the place where he lived was dark all day. Red whirlwinds blew, strange and terrifying, and there were strange roars. The ancestor of the Kai clan only had one breath left, but he held on for more than half a year. All kinds of horrifying things happened, and even some of the clan's disciples were scared to death. In the end, no one dared to approach the place where he lived. He finally disappeared one night, leaving behind a letter with only a few words. If he couldn't be buried, his descendants would be in great trouble. The people of the Kai clan entered the Qinling Mountains and searched for decades, but they couldn't find his tomb. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the ancestors' later years were too strange. 8,000 years later, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, the ancestor of the Kai clan returned. Said the sickly old man. What? How could he live for so long? Yi Fan was shocked. He died a long time ago. In the black rain, people caught a glimpse of him. He looked exactly the same as the portrait in the clan. The only difference was that he had red hair. Yi Fan's scalp went cold. He was more and more convinced that this was related to him. This was one of those legends. He was no longer human. After a brief appearance, he disappeared into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, half of the Kai clan died in one night. Strange things happened to the survivors, and they often lost their minds, wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. After that, another 10,000 years passed. Similar things happened again, and they were even more terrifying. By that time, the Kai clan was very powerful, and the chaos was even greater. After things calmed down, they invited experts from the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Mountains, and the Eastern Wastelands to come and find out the truth. At that time, a golden Arhat from the Western Desert personally came. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had found the largest dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains, an immortal burial ground. Unless his corpse was buried, it would be difficult to erase it. A dragon-seeking celestial master from the Central Plains was horrified. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years, and had no choice but to do so. He wanted to use the Qinling immortal cave to fight against some kind of existence. The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. He fled to the Central Plains, but couldn't escape. Even his descendants lost their lives. A chill ran down Yifan's spine. He had also studied the original heavenly book and had sensed the strangeness. In the future, he would most likely experience the same thing. When the time came, he didn't know how to resolve it. That's right. The ancestor of the Kai clan was the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. After he left, he buried the original heavenly book in the Eastern Wastelands. 20,000 years later, someone found it. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master personally came to the Central Plains, but he only sighed and left. Yifan's heart trembled. Was this fate? Why did the Yuan Taoist master end up like this in his later years? Just what kind of existence had come to find him, and he couldn't even escape to the Central Plains? In the Eastern Wastelands, there were a total of 5 Yuan Taoist masters. In their later years, all of them had experienced terrible things. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master escaped to the Central Plains, and he was the ancestor of the Kai clan. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master had tried his best and schemed for decades. He escaped into the absolute beginning forbidden zone and hid in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The terrain there was connected to a real dragon, and it was the true dragon's coffin-pulling cave. But in the end, he couldn't escape the disaster. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, disappeared in a night of ghostly wails. A young child was scared silly, and he was suspected to have entered the Purple Mountain, the place where Emperor Wu Shi was buried. Without becoming an undead immortal, it's hard to erase him. Every 10 or 20,000 years, an inauspicious event will happen to the Kai clan. No matter where we escape to, we can't. The situation was complicated. 10,000 years ago, someone saw a red-haired humanoid walk out of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, countless lives had died in the Qinling Mountains. The ancestor of the Kai clan died 60,000 years ago, and his body hasn't been destroyed yet. He appeared again? Yifan was shocked. Yes, and he appeared in his own clan in the middle of the night. This ancient family is many times stronger than before, but they still can't resist the inauspicious. The Kai clan was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The reason is complicated. The Qing Arch had entered the Qinling Mountains to search for the red-haired humanoid, but he couldn't find any traces of him. Otherwise, he would have wiped him out as well. In that case, he's still in this world. Yifan was horrified. As long as the corpse is not dismembered, one will not be free. There are many ancient tombs in the Qinling Mountains. The ancient people's words are not without reason. This place is very mysterious. Yifan was moved. The Yuan Taoist master couldn't live in peace even after his death. What kind of existence was that? Even the Arch had to take action to get rid of him. The sickly old man said, "There are no immortals in this world. It's almost impossible to become an undead immortal." However, he might not be able to live for long either. He must have been killed 10,000 years ago. What happened? 10,000 years ago, before the Qing Arch died, he did many shocking things. He went deep into the ruins of God to seize the Desolation Pagoda and went to the middle ground to search for green copper. Finally, before he passed away, he wiped out the Kai clan with one finger. He even used the demon the Arch limitless mystical power to slash at the Qinling Mountains. The Qin the Arch didn't know where the red-haired humanoid was, but he sent a demon the Arch killing intent over. Even if he passed away, this killing intent wouldn't disappear unless it hit the enemy. Where did he send out the killing intent from? Yi Fan asked in shock. He sat in the eastern wilderness and moved the world with a single thought. The sickly old man said. What? Yi Fan was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was the Qin the Arch? The Qin the Arch is unfathomable. He was the only one to become an emperor in the post-antiquity era. Naturally, he stunned the world. His strength is immeasurable, the sickly old man said. The great ancient emperors were in harmony with the Tao and the pulse of the world. They were too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. Even if they died, it would take tens of thousands of years for their Tao to disappear. At the same time, he was very surprised. Where did the sickly old man come from? Why did he know so many secrets? Even the divine dynasties didn't know these things. Damn fatty Duanda. Suddenly, Yi Fan was surprised. He saw a familiar figure in the mountain range in front of him. I'm afraid more people will come soon. The Immortal Transformation Pool and the Qinling Dragon Cave both have unimaginable heavenly fate, the sickly old man said. Yi Fan didn't expect that the red-haired humanoid in the Dragon Cave would be so valuable. It was very likely that it contained an immortal divine pill. The people from the Qishir Manor are also here. Not long after, some familiar figures appeared in front of him, including the Yaoguang Saint Child and the Jade Lake Saint Daughter. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and these people had made great progress. Even Wang Teng is here. His eyes flickered. An ancient golden chariot shot into the sky. Wang Teng stood on it, crossing the sky like a celestial emperor. The dragon and phoenix roared, the white tiger leaped into the sky, and the black turtle covered the sea. It was extremely dazzling. The sickly old man said, not long ago, someone saw some old corpses moving in the Qinling Mountains. They speculated that the existence in the Dragon Cave should appear. Every time there's a movement in the Dragon Cave, the Immortal Transformation Pool will appear. This was a heavenly fate that caused a storm in the Central Plains. It could be expected that experts from all walks of life would appear in the Qinling Mountains. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty is the most well-prepared. That Princess Yueling has been here for more than 2 years. It's not just for the 9 secrets.